to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced to another victim to the crossover. Crossed him up and sent him down.
Crossover powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everylevelconcrete.com. Josh, Nick are here.
Yo.
And John is in jail. Hello, John.
Yeah, again, for the 15 people who will say, turn the light on. The lights are on.
It's John's computer. It's not the
no,
room.
It's not even really the computer. It's just it's the light.
It's
the
a poorly
lighting in this
lit
room
area.
is weak.
Hey, John,
Yeah,
have you
it's a
tried
dim
turning on the
area.
light?
Yeah, you want to see? There you go. See those? What are those? Those are lights.
Now I'm trying to remember the date that we were there a couple of years ago because I love being right about things because I want to find our video from that room when I was there because the
light is bad up there, dude. It's bad.
The lighting is not great.
Yeah,
it's bad.
It's.
I'm not saying the computer is the computer is not made for this kind of.
I'm gonna look for it.
Lighting situation. Josh, I'm literally explaining it to you. You don't need to look it up.
Sorry. I'm already halfway
Josh,
there.
you're a dumbass.
It's okay.
Josh,
to
you're
not,
dumb.
It's okay to
Yeah,
not
you're
be
dumbass.
right about things.
I just was explaining. Yes, this computer is not designed to adjust like a Canon, camera or anything like that. So it's just. When I move to the floor later in the Grum, when I literally spend a 2.5 minute long commercial break hustling downstairs,
dude, you're
and getting
so
reset up,
fast.
it's going to look perfect, like it did last week when Connor was clanking threes.
Clunk.
Clank.
Where is it?
It's just that
Nick?
this computer is not meant for this
I
kind
knew
of
I
light.
forgot to do something today.
Well, I heard it yesterday on the show.
It's not on the wall. I don't have it uploaded. I have
Sad.
it. I cut it out.
Sad.
Clunk. Nope. Will not be clunking.
It is so funny. Bonk.
No.
Oh, that's right. You're not going to be
There it
with
is.
us today. I'm so sad.
No, I'll be dead.
so sad.
I am extremely sad. I knew this is the game that I'd be missing the entire year, basically.
Yeah, I know. This is incredible. You keep talking about this Hell in a Cell, and you're
I
not
love
even
the game. I love college basketball. This is the biggest game in college basketball.
Yeah.
I loved the game so much last year that Creighton ended up winning in the second half. It was 56-53.
Yeah.
Oh my
Just
God.
a classic slugfest.
Yeah, just a slobber knocker, Josh. Don't you
Just
love
a
a slobber knocker?
I can't wait to watch it. I'm going to be watching the game. By the way, I did find the YouTube video of us from the arena a couple of years ago, but I won't share it.
What does it look like?
just explained it.
Looks
so you
great.
don't
The
need-
camera looks incredible. Normal brightness.
John doesn't have any comments.
This is what I have to deal with on a daily
What?
basis.
Being proven wrong? Maybe be correct
I
more
just
often.
explained it. You weren't listening.
I actually wasn't. I was looking
dumbass.
for that video.
Yeah, no, he said the camera.
I just
is
said the
built
lighting
for it.
isn't great in here, and this camera is not designed to adjust for poor lighting situations.
so
I
I'm right.
literally just explained the
Oh,
situation.
sorry.
Do I need to? You know what? Maybe I should get a piece of paper and write it out, and then have someone read it to you
That would help.
Podcast it to you.
Yes, at double speed.
at double speed, and I'll have what's his ass from the Athletic do
Stuart
the reading
Mandel.
for me.
Mandel?
Yeah, Stuart Mandel.
I love what's his ass from the Athletic.
Nice.
Well, I can't keep track of all these guys, because I know Josh listens to a lot of podcasts.
Did Stu have any takes about scheduling today, or is this just Josh on his own island yelling with it?
No, John and I are going to handshake meme it up today. I wish we were in person together, honestly, so
Good.
we could high five after
Honestly,
our takes.
Here you go.
Yeah.
I don't want to say that I'm definitely like all the way with you,
Yeah.
but I don't understand the people who are yelling at you about wanting to play all these crap games all the time.
Yeah.
This is what you want out of your sport.
They literally want a lesser product that they'd have to pay a lot of money for to watch. That's what they want.
Right.
They want a lesser product. No, don't give us anything that might be interesting. No, let's play Northern Iowa every year.
Go Panthers.
Yeah, I said this, John, to Happer off the air, and so now I can say it to you. One of the, if not the worst parts about Nebraska being bad in this era of college football is that it has warped the view of things so much that the fan base here now wants fewer big home games and they want more slop.
We are broken
in the name of victories.
We're broken.
It's like I am just so sick and tired. Like somebody just asked me, what sucks about it? What do you mean? Don't you watch the sport for good games?
Back in my day, Nebraska used to play premier non-conference opponents and win.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
I can't wait for September in 2028 when Nebraska goes 4-0, but everyone's like, but I don't know how good they are because they didn't play anybody. Yeah, that's the world that you wanted, though, you dork.
You asked for this.
And by the way, it's not like we're saying that they need to play the 49ers and the Chiefs and, the Patriots every year.
No.
We're saying keep the formula that they've already had. The formula that they've had has been pretty good,
No, we're saying generally we like good football games.
Yeah, my favorite thing that I dealt with earlier today was someone who, first of all, he brought up Bo Pelini and wanted to get mad at people who were critical of Bo Pelini, which was classic Bo defense mechanism. But then he was like, I was okay with his non-conference scheduling philosophy. And he named like McNeese State and all these schools. So then I went and looked up, who did they play again? Oh, that's right. Virginia Tech, Miami, Washington. It's like, I would also be okay with that iteration of Nebraska scheduling philosophy. UCLA.
They won 9 games every year.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they did. People forget that.
Yeah.
It is indeed possible to play those games and win them.
It is. It is. It 100% is.
And again, we're not asking you for a, Kansas City Chiefs like AFC, Super Bowl champion schedule.
Were you critical of Michigan? Yes, I was. Do you want me to find the podcast and send them to you too?
Double speak?
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the best part. Oh, I caught you in an argument. No, you didn't. I think that's bad too.
No.
I'm not defending it.
The point is to argue it for the entirety of college football,
correct?
Not just for one team, but obviously,
why does Nebraska have to go with the flow? Why can't you say the sport should change for the better the other way around?
I think the main point that Rule was that he eventually ended up on was I want everyone to have the same format of schedule, which is
I think that's a great idea.
Is a great idea.
Yeah, whether it's 8 or 9.
And so to work backwards off of his point, he was saying, well, since we have the opportunity to not have the same format, we have the opportunity to kind of game the schedule, we're going to game it because a lot of other people are gaming it.
Yeah, we're going to follow instead of lead.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's what it is. And, but
that's not so bad. That's not so bad. You guys will talk about this later.
Yeah, we definitely. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, what are we doing? Sports in the crossover?
I know.
We need to settle down. Back to John's camera.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Exactly.
Camera.
Yeah. It's just.
Oh, a little better.
Well, I'm not going to hold my hand there the whole time. Actually, I could hold it like that. There you go.
We could talk about Munch Madness.
Like to see the crook between my fingers.
Looks like Jack and me are kind of in a similar boat where we're just yelling at people, but for different reasons entirely. It seems like he is catching a bit of criticism for the Munch Madness. I haven't seen what it is this year, but people seem to be upset.
Oh, I'm sure it has something to do with the seating and this restaurant,
Classic.
It's the restaurant I go to every year, and it's the best, and it's number one.
Yeah.
Well, okay, cool.
Oh man,
people just like to argue. That's all.
Clearly,
we do like to argue.
Well, I feel bad for Jack.
No, we don't. Shut up.
He's got to spend all his time on this rather than think about Nebraska's non-con strength of schedule and how it's affecting them come tournament.
Correct. Plus, Nebraska basketball plays again tomorrow too.
They do.
This is a lot of brain space that he's not allowing himself to think about that type of stuff.
He's gonna all of a sudden wake up. Oh my God, Nebraska's only got 2 games left. I've been fighting about Munch Madness for
time. Weeks. Yeah. John, did you ever fight about Munch Madness back in the day?
I don't remember it being this contentious. I do remember some people were not happy at times, but and let's face it, Jack could take one small argument and blow it up into a major argument. So, I mean, it might have been one person complaining about, hey, Bucky's restaurant wasn't, top 5 seed in the South region.
It should be though, John.
It should. Bucky's is a tremendous restaurant.
But imagine seeing a bracket and being like that somebody just, kind of made up, and there are kind of parameters to it, but it's kind of open. Imagine seeing this and being like, I hate this. This is the worst thing ever. It's time to comment on this. I'm angry at this. Imagine being angry at a bracket.
Yeah.
How could you be?
Yeah, I would never. I would literally never. It's a bracket.
Well, just imagine when the NCAA tournament bracket comes out, Nebraska didn't make it. They'll have used up all their arguments. They'll be like, oh crap, I used my arguments on my brackets already.
That's true. I was already talking about brackets previously. Except for it was
so
about
now I can't
lunch.
do it anymore.
The net Good one. Tired net ranking arguing wired Munch Madness. Ranking.
Yeah, that was
arguing.
Alex and Lincoln. Jay Todd John says that John seems triggered today.
No,
he
I'm fine.
doesn't. No, he doesn't.
I think John is ready to go.
No, not really.
Oh, never mind. John is not ready to go.
I'm
How can you tell
mesmerized
his
by
face
the
is too dark?
halftime show that is practicing down on the floor.
What are they
below me.
doing tonight?
Is it Red Panda?
I can't tell, but it's a pair of guys, and they're using. It looks like it's some kind of a glow ball on a string type act. I thought initially they were throwing frisbees, but these are like glow balls or spirals of some kind that are attached to a string, and they've been like throwing them to each other, and now they're like dancing around and twirling them in the air and doing neat tricks with them, and it's kind of mesmerizing. I'm not going to lie.
Okay, I don't think I've ever seen glow ball on a string, guys.
I used to have a toy glow ball as a kid. You'd attach it to your wrist and then
Oh yeah,
play catch with yourself.
of course.
It was on a bungee.
Yo-yos, things of that
Also,
nature.
yeah, yo-yo-esque.
Wow. Greg and Lincoln.
I feel like I'm
Creighton Lincoln says, a pair of guys? Hey, this is a conservative state.
Oof.
Yes. Now he's twirling like two different things.
Oh.
And the other guy was just kneeling down. But they've got the blue light. They've got the light turned down so it's like glowing. And I'm sure the fans will love it.
It sounds like you're in space, but how they thought space was going to be in 1948.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
Retro future.
Call back to our movie.
Yeah.
Our movie from last week.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
For a second,
Yeah,
I thought
that's-
it was Rush, Tom Sawyer, just with the way I heard
yeah.
that.
Oh, it does kind of sound like that, Nick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the music they're playing?
Yes, John.
Oh, you can hear that?
We can hear it
Sorta.
very
Yeah,
clearly.
Very well.
Yeah, I don't recognize the tune.
So it's
It's
not Tom
something-
Sawyer by Rush.
It's something modern.
They should do Tom Sawyer.
They should do Tom Sawyer.
They
That would
should
be
do Tom.
sick with glow balls. Are you kidding me?
When I
Let's
think
do
of
our own halftime show.
when I think of Tom Sawyer, I always think of "I Love You, Man."
Oh,
when
great.
he plays when Paul Rudd's character plays it for his soon-to-be wife off of his computer, and the speakers sound like garbage. And oh my gosh, that scene is so funny.
I
The
always
whole
think
movie.
about Futurama.
It's on all the time. It's so good.
Riss and I were talking about "I Love You, Man" the other day, and I don't remember what part we were quoting, but it is so good. What
incredible.
a classic. Nick, you've seen that?
I haven't.
You haven't.
I haven't seen I Love
Slap
You.
at the bass. That's a
Slap the
bummer.
bass.
Slap the bass.
When I
Jason
hear Tom
Segel, Paul
Sawyer-
Rudd.
No, I always think about Futurama when I hear Tom Sawyer.
Never
I don't
got
think
into that
anybody
show.
watched Futurama.
Oh, I loved Futurama. It was a good show.
Do you think anybody in this room watched Futurama?
No,
Definitely
No.
because
Yeah.
everybody in this room is lame.
Nah.
What do you mean lame?
You're the only one who's watched Futurama.
Yeah.
And I'm surrounded by lame people.
Poll question: have you watched Futurama?
The answer should be yes.
I think it's going to be 80% no.
Oh,
That is a good poll question. Odson, put it up.
Yep. Odds put it up. I'm going to say at least
Say
85.
people don't like Futurama like Scrubs. They're just not my type of
Scrubs
shows.
also great.
See?
I love
Yeah,
Scrubs.
That actually
Never saw
tracks. I never saw
It's
Scrubs
like
either.
people it's like people who wanted comedy but learned about emotions for the first time loved those shows. I'm
Wait,
kind of
what?
hitting on it, right?
A little bit.
Yeah.
But
it was shows that were masked as comedies, John, but also had like feelings in them.
not masked as comedies.
The
They
do-
are
the-
both comedies
the
and
dog
dramas.
died. Like there's an episode of Futurama where a dog dies, and that was like when everyone felt something.
He
for
was
the
a
first
good
time.
dog,
Yeah,
Josh.
see? No, thank you.
MASH was the same way, though. It's not a new concept.
He's
MASH
just
is the same
Odson,
kind of
great
show.
scub.
Well, yeah, but
Scrubs
MASH
take.
then turned serious and became less funny.
Mm.
It became more of a serious show.
MASH is always a good combination of funny and serious.
Travis writes, "Isn't Nick a little young for Scrubs and Futurama?" It is kind of surprising.
That-
That is
yeah.
more
I
of
think
my
so.
generation.
No, I watched it a lot.
Hmm.
I watched them both a lot.
When Futurama came on and it was on whatever after I was watching on the Cartoon Network, I was like, no, thank you.
Yeah.
This is not for me.
Yeah.
This is
Well,
the
I
stuff
kept
that
thinking, this must be one of those Simpsons Halloween shows
Yeah.
where everyone goes into a fever dream. And then I realized, oh, wait, no, this isn't funny. And then I switched channel.
pretty much immediately.
Oh, there's
Because
a
it
poll
wasn't The
question.
Simpsons.
Oh, 2 poll questions. Have you watched Futurama? And do you love Futurama?
Interesting.
Great poll question.
Yes and yes.
Mm.
No one
Wasn't there an oldie, one of the original sci-fi movies? Wasn't that called Futurama? Way back in the 20s?
Oh, I don't know. It's going to be hard to find that happen.
Are you
If
thinking
search
about
Futur-
that German movie?
Whoa, Nick.
Okay, the under hits today.
Sheesh,
No,
Nick.
hold on. Metropolis. John, are you thinking
I
about
saw that.
Metropolis?
I
Oh,
saw that movie.
Metropolis.
It's a silent film,
Yes.
even though there's music in it. We should come up with a different name for silent films because there is music.
Well, I mean, they didn't call him talk.
Yeah, we should call them
Well,
non-talkie.
the music,
non-talkies.
but the music was played in-house in the theater. It wasn't part of the film.
Oh,
You know
really?
See, now when I watched Metropolis though in college in a film class, I'm pretty sure there was music in it, and it wasn't a
Right,
live
but I think that was
orchestra.
dubbed. I think that was dubbed in.
Mm.
I think it was dubbed in for the recording purposes. But when the actual movie came out, didn't the silent films wasn't there? I
Like
thought
a-
there
like
was
a
like a
pianist?
piano player or someone in the theater actually,
Oh, yeah.
because they didn't have the technology obviously to mesh
Mix it
the
in.
audio with the film.
Mhm.
Thus, why they were silent films.
This is the second time this
I may
movie
be wrong. I don't
has
know.
come
Yeah,
up
we've
for me
talked
today.
about Metropolis. Oh, today?
Today.
Oh, wow.
Ed brought it up earlier. He's like, he was talking about silent films for some reason.
Classic.
This is
He's
amazing.
like,
I
a
bet
good
Ed likes Futurama.
a good silent film. I bet he does. I liked was Metropolis. Very good. Very German. That's what he
Wow.
said.
Wow,
He said
it
was
is
a
very German.
Very German.
What does that mean?
Just if you look,
He
How
said,
German is it?
but he said it wasn't like 1934 German, but it was still pretty German.
I think it means just like the look of the people. If you search Metropolis, like the people in the movie look German.
And there were certain people who looked a certain way that didn't
Uh,
appear in the film.
Uh-huh. Has
Mhm.
Odson seen Metropolis? Josh?
Definitely.
Yeah, Josh, what did you give Metropolis on
Why would you give a robot boobs?
on Letterbox? Because Nick, it was the 20s.
A robot doesn't need boobs.
People were weird back then.
It's not about the need, Nick.
It's just
For some reason,
about
I just
giving a
got
robot
Yeah.
I got onto Letterbox and I searched a Letterbox. I meant to search Metropolis, but it was the word I was saying. Odson has not reviewed Metropolis on Letterbox.
Interesting.
Wow.
Josh, get on it, man.
Tough look for the movie podcast. Boy.
4.3 stars out of 5 according to the Letterbox community. If that means anything to anybody in here,
Hmm.
Yeah.
Who's Letterbox?
it's an app that you just keep track of your movies, John. It's a great app.
Okay.
The UI
Okay.
on it is tremendous. Odson says, I have seen it. It's interesting. Been a minute. 3 out of 5, probably. I think that's where I was at too. 3 out of 5 stars.
They used forced
1927
perspective on that
German
one,
movie?
right? Is that why it was a big deal?
What do you mean?
Forced perspective for special effects and stuff.
I don't remember, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What made you say
you,
that?
you were of the movie class.
Yeah, I just remember.
Because he watched old movies that were significant. I wanted to know why Metropolis was significant because I hear about it a lot, but I don't know anything about it. Other than now that apparently it's very German and there's a robot with boobs.
There are many perks to Metropolis. Robot with boobs, I guess, is just one of them. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, we got one from before. From Travis. I believe today's youths are soft because their cartoons were weak.
Oh, we had sick cartoons.
Like,
Who's we?
My generation.
Okay.
I
yes.
am of the
yeah, I know.
youths.
I'm
What were
saying
your
like
cartoons?
Yeah.
What would you classify as your cartoon?
Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Never heard of it.
Well, I mean, you are
Amazing.
older.
Well, yeah, but my kids are.
Nick's age,
Young?
kind of. Yeah.
Well, they're younger than
Yeah.
me, though.
But
That
if
was
that's
kind
like
of in a window.
If that's the formative cartoon of your generation, it makes a lot of sense why your generation's a
No,
bunch
I
of
think
weirdos.
the formative cartoon of our generation is SpongeBob, unfortunately.
Same thing. Same
I
thing.
hate SpongeBob.
We had
so much.
SpongeBob, we had
too.
Courage, we had Dexter's Lab, Powerpuff Girls, Codename Kids Next
Whoa,
Door.
Dexter's Lab was
that's our
early.
generation.
That's ours.
Get out of here.
There was bleed over.
Uh-oh.
No, there
now we're
was
getting
not.
now we're
There
fighting.
was bleed over. I can tell you
Now
there
we're
was.
fighting.
I don't think that you were catching Dexter. You were catching reruns.
Yeah, that's
on
like me
Dexter's
saying
Lab.
Seinfeld was my generation because I watched Seinfeld. Yeah, no, thank you, Nick. You're not a part of this. Stay out of my generation.
Fine. I still loved Dexter's Lab.
I did too.
Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. That
See, now
was
that's-
my
I don't even know what
generation.
that
I never
is.
heard of that.
Great show.
Mm.
Evil Con Carne. Not super
know what
great,
that
but
is.
pretty good.
Never heard of
It was
that.
the same
All the
people
good
that did
shows
Billy
that he
and
liked
Mandy.
were from us.
Are these animes? What are
They're not animes. They're just
Animes.
cartoons. Avatar: The Last Airbender. I brought that
Oh.
up before. Amazing show.
What is going
Great
on?
cartoons.
What about the Fairly Odd Parents? That was a great show.
I
I
liked
thought
it
that was
for-
your generation.
I liked it for a hot minute, but
think that was actually after me, but I think Fairly Odd Parents was a bit more Connor's generation.
I think it was more mine than Connor's.
Timmy is an average kid.
That was
felt late for me
Da-da-da.
too.
Fairly Odd Parents and SpongeBob were around the same time.
See,
Jimmy
that's-
Neutron, great cartoon. Love Jimmy Neutron.
Yeah, that was that's your generation for sure.
Oh,
'cause my youngest
absolutely.
brother, who is your age, he also liked Jimmy Neutron.
Amazing
I
show.
think I went to one of the movies with him.
Oh yeah.
I think there was only one movie.
I went to the movie with him.
John, what were your cartoons?
I mean, I had Bugs Bunny, man.
Jerry.
I had Bugs Bunny, and of course, a lot of the kids liked the Scooby Doo. I wasn't a huge fan.
I love Scooby.
A lot of kids like the Scooby Doo.
They did. A lot of people from my generation love Scooby Doo.
John
I
didn't
never
like
liked
Scooby
it.
Doo. He was more of a Scrappy Doo fan.
No, I didn't like any.
Tough look, John.
I didn't like any of them. The Laugh Olympics was tremendous. That's when they got the
Laugh
different teams.
Olympics.
Yeah, that's when they had the Scooby Doo team versus the Really Rottens versus Yogi's team. They got basically it was different Hanna-Barbera cartoons going at it in different Olympic
Let's
events.
go eat those
Chance
stickers.
writes Steamboat Willie, John.
No, I was not Steamboat Willie. I never liked a lot of the Disney cartoons.
I really liked the cartoons they played before the World War II propaganda.
Nice. A text from Pedro writes, Hi guys. Futurama was great. Pizza guy gets frozen and defrosted hundreds of years later. What is not to like?
That's pretty
Thank
funny.
you, Pedro.
That's the dog one, right?
Super
Nick?
funny.
That's the dog episode?
That's not the dog ep. That's just that's the first episode. That's the premise.
Oh, wow. I have a lot
That's
to
what
I
happened.
guess I have a lot to learn about Futurama.
Yeah, a lot to not learn.
No one has mentioned one of the worst cartoons in here. And I feel like I'm going to make a few people angry with
I
this.
can't
Oh,
even know what
here
you're
we
going to
go.
say.
Family Guy, garbage.
Yeah, I
Family
don't
Guy
like Family
sucks.
Guy.
Oh, come on.
See, okay, I made one.
I liked it in middle school
I don't like
and
how
a little bit of high school.
what I don't like most about Family Guy is how obsessed people are with it.
Yeah, the fan base
it's
of
the Family Guy
yeah,
clan.
yeah.
You
Not so much
don't-
John. John likes the show, but the
Hive.
those people
So
suck.
Family Guy for my generation, it was the edgy cartoon you would watch because it was on after football or NASCAR on Sundays.
They
and
say
you'd
ass
watch it.
sometimes.
Right. And then the older we got, we moved from Family Guy to South Park. Then South Park kind of became that for us.
When South
And
Park
then we just kind of dropped off.
when South Park made fun of Family Guy with what was the animals that
the
chose the
manatees.
Oh, yeah.
Sticking balls.
I couldn't watch it any other way. I couldn't see Family Guy any other way other than manatees choosing the main plot, what they would reference.
Mhm.
That was so funny.
It was really good.
Yeah.
The Simpsons did it was also really funny
The
too.
Simpsons did it. That was also good. Yes. And now I don't go watch those episodes.
Family Guy is better. This is from Matt. Family Guy is better in clips than watching a full episode.
Couldn't agree more.
I tend to agree with that.
Plus,
Yeah.
like the bird
Sometimes.
is the word episode. Like you want to talk
Oh,
about
yeah.
something
Blah,
that
blah, blah.
infuriated
Oh, that was
me.
hilarious. Come on. That was
See.
funny.
I think my favorite joke in all of Family Guy is when Stewie went to a different universe and he brought back a genetically perfect pig. And it was just a pig that was yoked.
I don't
And
think
then
I
it
ever
just
saw
said
that one.
oink. And then it just punched Brian. That was it. It was just the
I will
funniest
say there
moment.
was they did they kept doing those Star Wars specials.
Oh, those were good.
And I did like the one for A New Hope when the Han Solo character said, "Don't get penisy," instead of "Don't get cocky." That made me laugh pretty hard.
It was just such a throwaway.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. So yeah, I apologize to the Family Guy.
I think the
Hive and
Robot Chicken
audience.
Star Wars ones were better than the Family Guy Star Wars
Robot
ones.
Chicken, man, that's a show I haven't thought of in years.
Robot
I
Chicken.
loved Robot
John,
Chicken.
thoughts on Robot Chicken?
You said that
it
as if
had its
you-
moments. It's kind of for me the same. Well, I guess it was more of a sketch comedy cartoon anyway, because there was never a plot. It was just different
Right.
sketch. So yeah, I liked it.
Al writes,
that's
thoughts
good.
on Bob's Burgers? My wife and I really love it and relate to it as parents. I've never watched that show, but I've
I
heard
haven't either.
many good things.
I could never get into it. I've seen clips and there's just
Hmm.
a lot of fart jokes. And
Hmm.
it's like too much fart jokes where it seems like they're crutching on
Oh,
fart
there's no
jokes.
such thing as too
I was
many.
going to
fart
say,
jokes.
this sounds like a show for me.
Yeah. You might like it. I didn't like
Yeah?
it. It's too much.
Isn't
was
it?
just
Isn't it kind of like Family Guy adjacent? Is that kind of what they're going for?
It's just an animated show about a family.
I guess so. But it's like adult in its comedy.
You could
Ish.
say the
I
same
think it
about
was
the
a-
Flintstones.
I think it was a bit more emotional, though, is what I've heard about
Yeah,
Bob's Burgers.
I think it was a little
It
more-
was funny, but it also had heart.
Yeah.
Greg and Lincoln says,
no,
Space...
you meant it had fart.
Oh,
Ah.
indeed. Space Ghost Coast to Coast. Anyone? Another
Space
show.
Ghost.
I hated
yeah.
that show.
Hell yeah.
I couldn't stand Space
Those
Ghost.
are my guys.
Did you ever get into the Venture Brothers?
No, I never heard of that. I don't know
Oh,
what
that
is.
was some Adult Swim stuff.
But I
I
did
would watch
get
when I
the-
wasn't supposed to.
I did get the Space Ghost. They released like a CD, and it was called Space Ghost Musical Barbecue. and I had that CD, and I just ripped it. Oh, my parents must have hated me. That thing. I'm pretty sure it's like on Spotify if you want to rip off a couple
Oh, wow.
Space Ghost Coast to
Space
Coast.
Ghost musical.
Yeah, Space
Barbecue.
Ghost Musical Barbecue. But it was just the characters on the show singing their horribly annoying voices and like also making fart noises during the songs. Hilarious, dumb, looking back on it, but I thought it was funny.
Kenneth brought up King of the Hill. I do like King of the Hill. King of the Hill was good.
I
King of the
never
Hill was
got
pretty good.
into it. I
No?
never got into it. But
King of
I
the
don't
Hill was
know if
pretty
that's the
good.
show's fault. I think it's more me.
Someone I used to work with referred to it as Texas anime once, which I've never thought about it any other way since.
Texas anime.
Multiple people have brought up Archer. I used to love Archer.
People loved Archer.
I got into
Yeah.
Archer Vice, whatever that season was.
It was
I
like
got
season 5 or 6, I think.
really into that season, and then I never watched it again.
I always mention a show that I watched when I was a kid, but whenever I say it, nobody's ever heard of it.
Mhm.
So I'm going to say it here again. SWAT Cats.
I've heard of SWAT
I
Cats.
love SWAT.
I never watched
SWAT
it.
Cats.
Did you like Gargoyles? Were you a
I was
Gargoyles
kind
guy?
of into Gargoyles.
Gargoyles was sick.
Yeah, like I watched this show called
Gargoyles
SWAT
was
Cats,
sick.
and it was just about a couple crime-fighting cats named T-Bone and Razor,
Mhm.
and they flew around planes. And they had like a secret lair, and they would fight all this stuff. Those guys were awesome. I wanted to be T-Bone,
Oh.
and
You didn't want to be Razor?
no, Razor was like I knew who I was. I was
Uh-huh.
like T-Bone was the kind of big burly one, and Razor was kind of like the smarter, skinnier.
It was a
guy.
TBS show.
Yeah, I love that show. I love
Very
that
funny.
show.
Aired in it started on September 11th, 1993.
Oh.
Ominous.
Perfect.
Oh my gosh, and it ended on January 6th. I kid you not,
It's a
1995.
cursed show.
What a show.
It's a cursed show.
Damn
What
it,
a
SWAT
show.
Chance, you should watch this.
Yes. This
Wow.
is right up your alley.
Wow.
I was like, SWAT
Incredible.
Cats. I had a couple seasons of SWAT Cats. I was locked in. I bought their plane figurine that they had. I can't remember what they called their plane.
Pinky and the Brain, I like that. Animaniacs also loved that, but I guess those are more of your generation.
Yes, Nick, thank you.
I never watched those.
Great shows. Amazing.
What was the
shows.
first one that you mentioned before Animaniacs?
Pinky and the Brain?
Oh, yeah. Pinky and the Brain. Yeah, that was definitely my generation because I was like a kid when those shows were on.
Great show.
Old Man Doug has lots
Ah.
of thoughts.
Is it Beastmaster?
No,
Oh, here we go.
No. He has 6 thoughts that he sent us
'Kay.
via
6
email.
thoughts.
1, I watched a few episodes of Futurama but lost interest.
All right, not surprised there.
Okay.
2, is John in some kind of isolation chamber?
Already discussed
Yep.
that.
3, the best movie fart of all time was from Step Brothers.
What's the fart scene in Step Brothers?
Where
I'm trying to remember. I just watched it not long ago.
there's something where they're in a very quiet. Oh, they're in the job interview. They're in the job interview.
Oh, yeah.
And it's
yeah.
with Seth Rogen, and he's like,
That's right. It's a
ketchup and
really long
onions.
one. Yes,
Oh,
yes.
yeah,
Oh, that's a very
yeah.
good, nice callback, Doug.
4,
That's
King
a
of
good
the
one.
Hill rules.
I never
Yes.
liked that show very
5, should Connor make a bet to get his beard shaved off?
much. Sure, why not?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
And
No, all 3 of us agree.
6, is F1 more elite than NASCAR?
Well, it depends what you mean by elite. By elitist, then yes, it is.
Oh, yes.
100%.
Definitely elitist. I don't know if it's
Elite as far as driving skill goes. You can't compare the two because they both require different skill sets.
Lots of thoughts from Old Man Doug today.
Many thoughts on many sides.
I will not be putting my beard on the line anytime soon.
Sad.
This is just not something I want to really put out there.
Okay.
And
I
nothing,
can respect that.
nothing I feel that confident about enough to put my beard on the line. Maybe when something rolls across.
Yeah, you have been very confident that Creighton's going to make it interesting tonight.
I think
Care
Creighton's
to
going to
put
win tonight.
your beard hair up? Care to put your beard hair on that
Guys, we're talking about sports again.
I do
Sorry.
not want to put my
Ben 10.
beard
That was
hair
another
on the line
cartoon I
for it.
liked.
Don't know what Ben 10
It was
is.
about this kid who got this watch that could turn him into different aliens. There was alien DNA in the watch.
Interesting.
It was cool.
A few people have brought up the Animaniacs.
hmm
Animani.
Totally
It's
zany.
zany.
John loved that show.
The fingerprints joke in that show is amazing.
I'm getting flashbacks to all the cartoons my boys used to watch. So, and it would be the same ones, and
Clifford?
inevitably would never see a new episode. It was always the same 5.
Lance brought up Johnny Quest, but
Oh,
that made
Johnny-
me think of Johnny Bravo.
Johnny Bravo.
Johnny Bravo was great.
Johnny Bravo.
Johnny Bravo just had, he's this really huge buff guy with
It
blonde
was
hair.
it was
He
Elvis.
was basically Elvis
Yeah.
with blonde
Yeah.
hair.
He was like misogynistic, but the women would always beat him up.
Yeah, they loved. Oh, that's right. They did beat him up. What a show! What
Like,
a
he just
weird
never got
he
show.
the
would,
hint.
he would say things to anger the women, and they would kick the crap
What
out
about
of him.
Ed, and Eddie?
I
Ed, Ed,
love
and Eddie was
my
good.
mom hated that show. Whenever I would watch it, she would get mad at me. She
Yeah.
would yell at me. She's like, "It's such a dumb show. You're getting
Wow.
dumber for watching it."
Oh, Anthony says Ed, and Eddie was my favorite cartoon as a kid.
I love that show so much.
Yeah, that was a funny show. Ed, and Eddie.
Great show.
What was the one about the surfers in Hawaii? What was that
Rocket
show?
Power.
Rocket Power.
Loved
I watched
Rocket
that when I was
Power.
a
I
kid.
never got into
God.
The Tony Hawk
Oh,
episode
no.
of Rocket
Angry
Power was
Beavers.
great.
What was
Yes.
the one where the scary, like the guy who had the eyeballs in his hands?
Real monsters.
Real Monsters.
What the heck?
Real
Yeah.
Monsters.
Nick watched a lot of cartoons.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah. It's like you didn't do anything else with your life.
A lot of people brought up Ren and Stimpy. See, it was two things. It was above my generation, and my parents wouldn't let me watch it. So I never got into Ren and
You
Stimpy.
mean too early for you or too late for you?
Yeah, like I was too young when it was on, and they were
Okay.
like, "You're not allowed to watch that. It's bad."
Well, you weren't allowed to watch many things.
I know. I was.
Yeah,
I
that's
I
true.
grew up. It was a sheltered life in the young
Very
days
sheltered.
of yours
Did
truly.
you get to watch a lot of VeggieTales?
We did watch VeggieTales.
Yikes! You did?
Silly
I was
songs with
pastor.
Larry. Where's my hairbrush?
Yeah.
Kicks ass.
Yeah, there you go. See,
Oh, where is my hairbrush?
VeggieTales crossed the aisle.
I think my younger sister got into VeggieTales, so I ended up watching it kind of by osmosis.
There you
but
go.
they kind
Learn
of.
about David and Goliath.
I was not interested in.
I didn't
VeggieTales.
realize that VeggieTales was like a Christian show until I was a little older.
the
was the
whole
same
bit
thing-
is the Bible.
Right.
That's the whole bit.
I just saw talking vegetables and thought it was funny, Josh.
Interesting.
Wow,
And then a
Nick
cucumber
was
singing-
brought into Christianity. How does that make you
Handshake
feel?
me, Nick.
I mean, I was confirmed, John, at
Mm.
one point.
Oh,
Well,
Beavis
yeah,
and Butthead.
because you
That was
watched
another
the
show.
VeggieTales, apparently.
Beavis and Butthead, another one I wasn't allowed to watch.
Oh, yeah.
Jeff brings up Hey Arnold, classic show.
I loved that show.
Hey, Arnold,
Football head?
Football head. He
Shut
showed up on a
football head.
commercial of the Super Bowl.
Yeah, the Paramount Plus one.
Yeah.
I
Patrick
missed that
Stewart
commercial.
kicked him, and then Creed sang in the background.
That's
Happer's meme guy says Johnny Bravo is the original horny John.
to get a picture of him.
Did you guys ever see the Scooby Doo Johnny Bravo crossover?
I don't know if I saw that one.
You guys-
Velma and
You guys
Johnny.
remember specific episodes of these things.
Well,
this
this
is
was-
Yeah, this
insane.
is weird.
This was a special. Because then I had that on VHS, and then I had Scooby Doo on Zombie Island, which is the best Scooby Doo movie.
Mm.
But yeah,
I don't know what you're
Velma
talking
and
about.
Johnny Bravo hooked up in that special.
Whoa.
Yeah,
That is
Real-
groundbreaking stuff.
yeah, they bought it because
I
Velma
didn't
lost
think
her.
anyone liked Velma.
Velma lost
whatever.
her glasses, and then Johnny Bravo lost his sunglasses, and then they bonded over
Oh,
their glasses searching.
people not having glasses.
Mhm.
Classic.
She said, "My glasses, I can't see without my glasses," and he said, "My glasses, I can't be seen without my glasses."
That's some
Useless
great
without
writing
my
right
glasses.
there, man.
Amazing, right?
That is some great
John.
writing.
They wrote it for children. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Then
Sounds
we had
like it.
What's New Scooby Doo, which is technically my generation because it was a new iteration of Scooby Doo, and Simple Plan sang the theme song.
Mm.
I saw them play it live.
Nick is like an encyclopedia of
I
things
was
that
in
don't
Quiz
matter.
Bowl.
I
know.
guess, yeah.
I was in Quiz Bowl in high school specifically for this reason. I was the wild card. Because all the other
wait a
nerds
second.
were
They have a
Wait a
cartoon
second. How many
category?
Quiz Bowl questions are asking about cartoons?
Yeah.
There's a lot of them because they would put those in as the curveballs because everybody else was there for science and math and history, but I was the pop culture and music guy.
Because he was of pop culture.
One
and of
time I
music.
clutched us a win because we had these.
You clutched a win.
Yes, I did.
So you clutched. You clutched a win.
Yes, sure. I clutched.
Or
I
did
got
you
us a win. It
clinch a
doesn't
win?
matter, John. Either way,
No,
we won.
people say
Uh-oh.
this
I
is
know
how
that
kids talk
tone.
now, John. They talk about clutching up and stuff
Oh,
like
Yes.
even though they don't know how to drive with a clutch.
that.
I
They
get
don't
it.
know how to talk. That's their problem.
Oh, I see.
It's an old complaint.
Anyway, tell us how you clutched a win.
there was a speed round where they would vaguely describe Simpsons characters, and you had to name the character, and I got most of them right. And then we won because of
This
that.
is the dad, Homer. This is the son, Bart. This is the daughter, Maggie.
No, it's like
the other
wants
daughter.
wants to maim the son of Homer Simpson. That's Sideshow Bob. Stuff like that. I don't remember the exact context. That was so long ago.
Wow, there's that's some high level stuff.
He's a superstar. What can we say?
Mm.
He's a superstar at knowing things about cartoons.
That's good. That's
I-
good. Everyone's got to have their
treasure
strength.
trove of useless info.
It's good.
I'm gonna say it. Happy New Year.
You
Happy
think so?
New Year.
Yeah, this was all over the place.
I,
Wow, John.
don't-
Never mind.
I didn't love it either.
It started with John yelling
Yeah.
at me. I then got fiery about scheduling, which I'm about to do all day long on the show.
You're triggered on Twitter. You're tweeting right
I'm
now.
literally tweeting. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh man, you're fighting on Twitter.
I'm
You
gonna
are
be
turning
I'm
into
gonna be
Jack.
fighting all day.
You're
It
like-
feels like
you're
the
the
Scott
young
Frost
Jack
era
Mitchell.
for me today. I'm back. I haven't gotten to do this in a while. I'm flexing some muscle. I just hate it when people are like, "Oh, Tom Osborne didn't play tough non-conference schedules."
Yeah,
I
no,
almost
the
just
year they
asked
played
John during-
Auburn, Iowa,
Thank
Florida
you.
State,
I
and
just
Penn
looked it up.
State.
1982, John. Oh my gosh.
You people are idiots.
Thank you.
Now Chance and Asian Joe are jumping at me about a clutch hit. Yes, there can be a clutch moment, but you never clutched a victory.
You cannot
clinch a victory, or you clinch something, but clutch is something
you cannot
different.
Clutch. You cannot clutch.
You don't clutch. Yeah.
If enough people say something, it eventually just becomes the vernacular.
What's the right section of
Well, yes, and if we get rid of enough of those people, then it won't become a vernacular.
Well, you know who else said that, John?
Oh, wow. Second time he's been referenced today. We barely started the show.
Barely started the show.
Oh, it is 2:25 already.
Good point. We got to run.
Okay. Bye, Happer. Good to see you.
Bye.
Because we know, Hap, you got to get to Lincoln because that game is starting so early.
Sad. Why do I always get the 8:00 game?
That's
my
a
gosh,
great
it's at
point.
8?
Sad.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, have fun.
Okay.
I bet you still make it home before I do.
I bet we'll definitely pass each other around.
You guys should call each
Gretna.
other when you're leaving. And
We
you
can have a meeting at the new stadium in Gretna.
There
where
you go.
The new hockey stadium.
Oh, the new hockey arena. Yes, great idea.
Perfect.
We'll meet there. See you
Perfect
later.
idea. All right. We'll get a Grum started, and Josh will commence fighting with everybody.
I'm so mad.
Put him up.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on The Crossover.
We have the Valentino's ice cream.
Oh, he's going to defend it. This is wild. This is wild. This is so gross.
It's not unlike, now I wouldn't eat this regularly, but it's a little like if you threw it in the freezer.
But blended it first.
Yeah, probably a little blended, but
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Flirting with a record high Tuesday after a cool start. Expect mostly sunny skies throughout the day. Warm and breezy with south to southwest winds gusting up to 25 miles per hour in the afternoon. Highs around 66. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
This year, Dell Technologies wants to help you do amazing things with their best tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors, and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Coffee comes from a plant. Tea comes from a leaf. Kratom comes from a leaf. Kratom may seem new, but it is an all-natural product that has helped people for centuries alleviate discomfort, anxiety, and so much more. At 42 Degrees, we carry the largest selection, highest quality Kratom, so that you can receive all the benefits of Kratom. At 42 Degrees, we care about your health, so ask for our Kratom at any of our multiple locations. For hours and locations, go to 42degrees.com. Buy your mom's house.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
If you're having problems in the bedroom, talking about it is the last thing you want to do. Same goes for hair loss, anxiety, or even depression. That's where HIMS comes in. Through HIMS, you don't have to talk about it. You can do something about it. Just go to hims.com/start, where you can find a variety of potential solutions for the problems men face every day, and save up to 95% on generic alternatives. The entire process is 100% online, making it incredibly simple, straightforward, and above all, private. If prescribed, treatments made using clinically proven ingredients are shipped directly to your door in low-key packaging. So if you're experiencing ED, hair loss, anxiety, or problems with your general health, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com/start and do something about it. Get started today at hims.com/start. That's HIMS.com/START.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Getting ready for a big-time battle tonight here at CHI Health Center. Number 1 is in town.
Wow, this is awesome.
Yes, it is. Josh is fighting on the internet.
Yeah, I am.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
You got to be more excited. You got to be more excited when you're fighting on the internet, but you're doing it for a good cause. You're doing it for a good reason.
I am doing it for a good reason. I'm sick of these idiots.
Yeah.
And by the way, not everyone who disagrees with me is an idiot. I want to get that out there because friend of the Grum Dave Fight disagrees with me. Friend of the Grum Stu Manji disagrees with me. They're not idiots. It's the very particular.
They're just being idiots about this point.
Yeah, I do disagree with them strongly, but it's all the same morons who I argued with for years about Frost that are back again. All of the same one. Like, I've seen you before. Didn't we do this? Didn't I already prove you wrong? Now I have to do it again. Just getting tired.
Oh, we're
getting
calling
riled
back
up already.
Yeah,
we're calling back. We're going scoreboard on people.
Yeah,
I just
exactly.
felt fired up.
Welcome to the Grum.
JOSH.
Brought to you by Union Bank and Trust Where Your Money Has People. It's time for the Grum Down, brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. It's a shot at the top tonight. This is the 7th opportunity. Seven. For Creighton to go after the number 1 team in the country. I didn't realize this, but the last couple that have happened here at home, Creighton has held double-digit leads in both of those games, but could not prevail. Ended up losing by double digits. Once was to Villanova on New Year's 2016, and the other was a couple years later against Gonzaga in this building. Great game. Both games actually were great games, but just could not hold on. They'll give it another shot tonight against the Huskies, who, by the way, I didn't even realize this until I started digging in. They have the longest Big East Conference win streak ever going on right now. 14 straight wins. I can't believe that no one's ever done that before.
That's crazy.
14 straight wins. They're going for 15 tonight. That's crazy to me. Yeah, it is. It's absolutely crazy. But more on that coming up. Matt, speaking to Josh's arguments, Matt Rule has something gross and disgusting to say.
It's so gross and it's so disgusting.
Michael Bruns is neither gross nor disgusting. He will join us, Husker247.com. Nick Baugh, man of college basketball. I look forward to our chat with him. He's going to help us preview tonight's game, but he also has branched out a little bit this year. He's doing more than just Big East games and Big Ten games. He's done some Mountain West, and so we'll get his views on the world of college basketball as well. Stephen M. Sipple, HuskerOnline.com. I would anticipate, Josh, he might be one of the water carriers.
Oh my gosh, I can already hear him now.
Yeah.
If the coach said it, then we should do it.
If Matt Rule said it.
Unless that coach is Mike Riley. College football playoff has already made one big decision today. Did we avert a crisis?
Is this about Notre Dame being confirmed to be in the new video game?
Definitely not that.
No.
Definitely not that. Sorry, Nick.
We will debut. It's amazing. It was given a name before it was even birthed. But wooden bats and rubber hats.
Oh yeah. Do we have an open, Nick?
Takes on college baseball.
There is an open.
Well, that doesn't sound very confident.
I didn't have a whole lot of turnaround time on it.
Wow. Wow.
Okay.
Don't like that type of comp. By the way, I teased it earlier on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed. Mark that as Rednick. We're going to the South. today, John, in the first edition of Wooden Bats and Rubber Hats.
It's probably a good idea considering, the best baseball is typically played in the South.
That is true. It's warm down there right now. It's warm here, though. It's in the 60s.
It is warm here. They should be playing a game today.
Yeah, Nick wore shorts. I'm jealous that I didn't wear shorts.
Seriously, can't Creighton finish that game up against Coppin State here across the street at the ballpark? Yeah, and on the second thought, they probably shouldn't.
Yeah.
Baseball, speaking of baseball, wants to expand. Gretna, anyone?
What? Not again.
And coming up, the most electrifying call of a fight ever.
Ooh.
In fact, we can get to that first.
Oh.
Here today on the Grum. That's your Grum Down, brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard, 402-951-1620. The 42 Degrees, the source hotline by your mom's house. There. Also, the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring. Or you can argue with Josh online on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620 or at Josh Tweederson.
That's me. Feel free to argue away.
Though
once we get to 6 o'clock tonight, I'm done.
You're tapping out.
No, I just unplug now after 6 o'clock, and it
That's
makes
a good idea
for
That's
sure.
healthy.
So yeah, I'll argue with you until 6, and after that, I'm done with you for the day.
And
so.
after 6,
clocking out.
Finish. But last night,
yes.
The artist known as Incarnate Word. We remember Incarnate Word from such hits as...
Oh, God, they beat Nebraska that one time.
That one time they beat Nebraska in November?
So much for easy non-conference scheduling, am I right, John?
Yeah. They were playing Texas A&M Commerce last night.
Yes, as one does.
And the game is ending. It was a tight game. Incarnate Word won. And suddenly... you see people racing across the floor, and a fight breaks out. A big old Donnybrook breaks out. This is what you were about to hear is the play-by-play call as it sounded like the broadcast was getting ready to sign off.
Yes.
And then the fight breaks out. And as good broadcasters do, there's a story happening. And you probably need to stay with it for just a moment. Here, ladies and gentlemen, is and Josh, sadly you didn't grow up in this era, but when boxing was really big and it was on Wide World of Sports, Howard Cosell would call the fights. Howard Cosell was one of the great fight callers of all time. Down goes Frazier, down goes Frazier. Great call. I mean, he would get so emotional, so wrapped up into it. This call reminds me of those halcyon days. And so with that, we turn it over to our fight announcers, Joe and Molly, whoever they are.
UIW moves to 3-10, and with this is not good. This is really not good. We've got punches being thrown. This is really bad. Oh my goodness.
Ooh, full team fight. Coaches in the middle of it. Wouldn't be surprised. Someone got a nick on the face there.
This is not what you want to see after
that close of a game.
It has been a great game. We've got everything going on right now.
Everything.
We still have guys running after people. Oh my
Someone
goodness.
in the crowd was hurt and hit. Oh, it looks like a young girl.
That's not good.
Well, we got a manager that has blood on his face, and we still got guys that need to get to the locker room.
Everyone's still rallying here.
Rallying. Maybe they're clutching.
Alex Anderson.
No. We need to get this. We need to get this settled.
So
oh no, this is not good.
No, it's not.
This is really not good.
So behind the scenes, it's very easy for me to tell that audio is coming off-site because of the boom of the bass of that microphone. They're definitely not in the building for everything that is unfolding.
Mm-hmm.
So they're watching it off the monitor, but still, how do you not get excited about a fight that's happening in front of you? Oh no, this is not good.
This is really bad.
Yeah, good take, bro. Really good take.
We need to get this. We need to get this settled.
This one here was my favorite.
This is not what you want to see after
that close of
It
a
has been
game.
a great game.
Yes, John, I thought the same
You
thing.
can,
Had
you
the
can
game
look
been a
at it after a
blowout,
bad game.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, if this is a 20-point game, yeah, this is fine. But if it was a close game, oh, you don't want to see this after a close game.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man, that was some exciting stuff right there.
Mm-hmm.
So Nick, you got a whole bunch of, for the longest time we used to have the Cutler drop, but now I think we have a new one.
Oh, no, this is not good. This is really not good.
It's really not good.
It's really not good.
When I became the producer of the show,
Someone got a nick on.
Oh my gosh.
someone got a nick.
We did.
You guys.
Someone got a nick on their face.
We got a
We need to get these guys to the locker room. You think?
You hate to see this after a good game. Why couldn't this game have been a blowout? At least then it would have made sense.
Did they just chug Benadryl?
Yeah, Furley says this literally sounds like these announcers are falling asleep. Yeah, they sounded
We've
very
got
tired.
Everything going on right now.
That sounds like something.
Everything.
That
Dogs
sounds,
and cats living together. There's a juggling act. There's an elephant standing on a ladder. It's we've got everything.
that guy saying that sounds like that one dude you knew in college. You would hang out in his dorm room. He had a bunch of black light posters everywhere. Like, there's everything going on right now.
Oh, is that you, Nick? Are you just describing yourself?
That
We've got
wasn't
ourselves a Nick.
We got ourselves.
Wow, how about this? From John, that call of a fight reminds me of listening to a Royals game on the radio.
And the
Not the lie.
No,
Or as
Royals.
Matt writes, the incarnate word call was like NPR calling a fight.
100%.
It's like that. Was it Northwoods baseball? Sleepy time baseball?
Yes.
That
Sleepy
podcast?
time baseball. This
Yeah,
is
yeah.
sleepy time boxing.
Yeah, indeed it is.
Yeah, I could hear this. Welcome to National Edition Boxing on National Public Radio. Oh, there's someone standing there and they're bleeding. Yeah, it was very good. But you're right, Josh. I didn't think about that. It definitely did sound like it was a bit off site.
Yes, definitely. And so they're trying to figure out what they're seeing exactly because they're probably watching it off of a tiny baby monitor. This is not like the Kirk Herbstreit COVID setup of 2020 when he called a playoff game from home and had a bunch of monitors. They are probably calling this off of one TV that maybe is broken up into 4 shots, and it's making it very, very difficult for them.
Oh, no, this is not good.
Also, I mean, they're not very good announcers.
Oh, wow.
Don't want to say that.
Now, who knows? They may have had a great call of that close game.
I'm sure they did.
They may have used up all of their energy calling
Yeah,
that.
you don't want to see
4-point
that
game.
after a good game.
Don't want to see that after a good game.
No, you don't.
Yeah, indeed.
Well, speaking of a good game, we are anticipating that we'll have one here tonight at CHI Health Center. We'll take a look ahead to Creighton and Yukon. Got some audio, too, from Bob Hurley, who was on SVP last night.
Oh.
The Scott Van Pelt show. And what the Jays need to do if they're going to score that W here at the CHI Health Center. So that, and Josh will get into fights with people later in the Grum.
Or during the commercial break.
Or during the commercial break. Yes, he's fighting with people right now as we speak. So we'll roll on and have more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct live from CHI Health Center and our studios at 50th and Dodge next on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa, your new companion to spice up every game as we make our way closer and closer towards the big dance in March. Circus Sports Iowa offers tight moneyline splits. That means they strive to go no higher than minus 110 splits. They want you to make money, and they won't limit you if you keep winning either. Just to prove that, just keep playing and playing and playing as much as you want. They also don't keep as much money on large market bets as some other places do, so they've got you covered right there. Another thing is their customer support. It's just top tier. It is some of the best in the business. The hospitality of Las Vegas in the palm of your hand anywhere in Iowa. There are real people behind there that want to help you resolve any issues that might crop up as soon as they can. You can email them through the app, or you can directly tweet at them, and they will get you sorted quick. Go ahead and try it. Download your new sportsbook today and never go back. Circus Sports Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Is your concrete cracked or uneven? Hey everyone, Coach Greg McDermott here to explain why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. Many people think they need to replace broken concrete, but repairing it provides durable protection and comes at a fraction of the cost. EverLevel provides permanent repair solutions to fix your concrete and protect it against future damage. And it all comes with a long-term transferable warranty. They offer free inspections to walk you through the entire process. Call EverLevel Concrete Repair today.
If you're looking for a safe and reliable vehicle to get you through all types of winter weather and more, Baxter Subaru has you covered. Symmetrical all-wheel drive comes standard on nearly all Subaru models and provides you better traction, improved stability, and maximized performance on wet and snowy roads. So hop in the driver's seat of a new Outback, Forester, or Crosstrek now at Baxter Subaru Omaha. Shop our great sales and service deals now during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at BaxterSubaruOmaha.com.
Frequently conducts clinical trials for a broad range of investigational treatments. Typical studies involve medications for high cholesterol, diabetes, infectious diseases, and others. They also perform vaccine studies for people of all ages, conducting innovative research that has a positive impact on lives. Click for current trials at velocityclinicaltrials.com. More trials are launching in March. Compensation for study-related time and travel. Find out more at velocityclinicaltrials.com.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
The needs of modern businesses are always changing, but corporate cards haven't evolved in decades. Until now. Meet Ramp, the all-in-one finance platform that combines corporate cards with spend management software. Ramp is the only card designed to actually help your business spend less, not more. With Ramp, you can set custom controls to stop out-of-policy spend before it even happens. And Ramp software even does expense reports for you. No more manual entries, no more chasing receipts. And with best-in-class accounting integrations, you'll close your books in days, not weeks. Ramp gives you better insights and a real-time view of all company spend, so you can stay focused on the big picture and build a healthier business. Join over 15,000 businesses who have switched to Ramp and start saving an average of 5%. Modern finance runs on Ramp. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. That's ramp.com/sports.
Email us on the Equitable inbox with whatever is on your mind. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can hit me up, agree, disagree, tell me your thoughts on life at Hanley@1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
J-Tech Construction, the official exterior experts of the Huskers, offers exterior solutions that help you protect your number one investment. Whether it's roofing and siding or windows and doors, they're committed to excellence, quality, and outstanding customer service in every step of the process. When it's time to protect the exterior of your home, your choice is simple. Turn to who the Huskers turn to, J-Tech Construction. Check them out online and schedule a free estimate today. J-Tech Construction, the official exterior experts of the Huskers.
That first time you notice a thinning hairline, the time you weren't ready to perform, when those days you just don't want to get out of bed become a regularity. Guys, I know it stinks to get older, but John Bishop here to tell you you don't have to resign yourself to it. There's Hims.com. If you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to Hims.com and do something about it. Hims.com is private. The entire process is online. No office visits or trips to the pharmacy. Hims.com is shipped in low-key packaging direct to you. Hims treatments fit seamlessly into your everyday routine. The plan is simple to follow, and Hims has helped millions of guys like us with their hair loss, ED, and mood. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit, hims.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
This year, Dell Technologies wants to help you do amazing things with their best tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors, and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Your child was embarrassed when you arrived at their basketball game. 75% of parents or guardians report current alcohol use. Drinking alcohol can cause harm to children and loved ones. By drinking less, your child will be excited to see you at their basketball game. If you or a loved one is looking for help, find a treatment facility near you at findtreatment.gov. For immediate support, call, text, or chat 988.
Brought to you by Nebraska DHHS in partnership with SAMHSA.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Hey, John. Did you know that this week's Zone deal is to Lulabee's Breakfast Brunch and Bar?
I do now.
It is
Tell me
indeed Lulabee's Breakfast Brunch and Bar, downtown Omaha. Everything from French toast and omelets to shrimp tacos and burgers, and a full bar with unique cocktails. Festively decorated party for family events and celebrations, or just brunch with all your friends. You can get two $25 vouchers, just $25. That's half off. You can get all the details today at 1620thezone.com.
Check it out today, and don't forget to sign up for Subscribe Today, because there'll be other great offers coming down the road. If you're a member of Subscribe Today, just go to 1620thezone.com, scroll down, you see the Subscribe Today, put in your email. It doesn't cost you a thing. Don't worry about it. We're not going to spam the crud out of you. We promise. I'm a little surprised. You know, the Jays have announced, what has it been? I think 6, 7, or 8 games have been sold out this year. That this is not one of them.
Yeah, why is that?
I just did a scan on the ticket site and was able to add in my head. So, give or take 100. There's still 75 seats available tonight for tonight's game against number 1 Yukon. I'm guessing part of it is it's a Tuesday night. The other is there hasn't been I get it. Yukon's a defending champion, so it was going to be an attractive game anyway. We've known that Yukon's been the number 1 team in the country for, I think it's now 6 or 7 weeks in a row. So you could kind of see this time coming. But the fact that, there hasn't been as much run up this week. I mean, it's only been 2 days since the Jays played Butler and that Yukon played Marquette. I don't know. I know that the people who expect to be here tonight are really ramped up for it. I mean, the social media activity has been higher on this game than most others, but
yeah, pictures of the arena before it arrives. Like, you don't really see a whole lot of that before the game gets here.
Exactly. And maybe some of it too is a little bit of trepidation given what Yukon did, because really the last true clunker, and I guess by clunker, you're really more talking about offense than anything else. Because defensively, the Jays played fine, was against Yukon 9 games ago when Yukon won by double figures and the Jays couldn't get any offense going. And so maybe there's just that natural trepidation of, well, they're not as good as Yukon. And listen, this is a really good basketball team. I mean, the conversations have been had, and I'm certainly willing to listen to them, that this team is actually better than last year's team, even though they're missing, a few pieces from last year, like Sonogo, for example. He's not the big man anymore. But the way this team has been good from the beginning. Last year's team, they had the slide in the month of January. They had a losing record in January, and then they turned it on in February, and then really turned it on in March and April, and basically steamrolled their way to the title. So this team has certainly been the more consistent team from start to finish. They've only lost 2 games this year. Both were on the road. One was to Kansas, and we know how tough it is to win there.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one was kind of a surprising loss to Seton Hall. But as we found out, Seton Hall is a pretty good basketball team, tied for 3rd along with Creighton in the Big East. So you can certainly look at those games and say, you're not going to win them all. I mean, there's a reason why only one team has won every single college basketball game they played in a season since 1976, and it happened in 1976. It's not easy to do. But I think if there is a team that has that look right now, it's Yukon, without question. I like to describe Yukon as malleable. They will try to play their style, but they're good in a shootout. They're good in a grinder. They're good if it's a fast-paced game, if it's a slow-paced game, if you need finesse, if you need toughness. They no matter how it is you try to play, they can match you, and in some cases, in most cases, surpass you. Dan Hurley said something earlier this week. He said, when you play elite offense, you play elite defense, and you're a great rebounding team, and you play harder than the opponent, it doesn't give the opponent a lot of places to go. And that's what he said after the win on Saturday against Marquette. And they are. It is a team that plays elite defense. We saw that against the Jays. The way they were able to press out on Creighton's ball handlers and just make life miserable. Ryan Kalkbrenner went 4 of 5 in that game. And you're looking at the box score and you're saying, well, why didn't they feed him more? Why didn't they feed him more?
Because they couldn't.
That was the game. That was the game that got Matt DeMarinis, our colleague from White and Blue Review, to talk, to describe him as cheat code. He's like, why didn't they give him the ball more? Well, a lot of it was they couldn't, especially sitting there courtside. It was, I know it probably looked one way on television, probably looked the same way on television, but sitting courtside, it felt like I was being suffocated. I mean, they were making life miserable for Creighton's guards. And I anticipate we're going to see something very similar to that tonight. And other teams have done it, but no team did it as well as Yukon did. So they play elite defense. Offensively, they're a team that, they got 2 guys on the floor in Spencer and Caravan who hit 40% or greater of their threes. They're deadly 3-point shooters. Then you've got Newton, who can do a little bit of everything. He can score at the rim. He can shoot the 3. Great rebounder. Great facilitator. And then you got they got their own Kalkbrenner in Donovan Clingan. It's just a very complete team that can beat you in a lot of different ways. But probably the most important thing about them, Josh, is how tough they are.
Yeah.
We talk a lot about Dan Hurley and he gets spastic, and I'm sure we'll see pouty face tonight. But there is no question this team has developed a chemistry and a culture of toughness where they're just not going to be out-toughed in a basketball game. And we're talking about tough. We're not just talking about the typical, they're rooting guys out of the post, they're elbowing guys, they're pushing people around, they're getting away with this. No, that's not what I'm necessarily talking about. They're mentally tough. They don't let things rattle them. And that's especially important when you come on the road. And it's why they're a favorite tonight. This is only the 8th time, I think it was, Connor had a tweet earlier today. This is the 352nd game that Creighton has hosted at this building. They're only an underdog for the 22nd time tonight. And this is one of them.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that there's a question about Yukon on the front page right now of the whole website, ESPN.com, the whole website, it says men's bracketology. New number 1 Yukon looking to finish season at and it's funny, it now changed it. But earlier, 5 minutes ago, it was, would you take Yukon or would you take the field? Think about that. Yukon or the field? The answer is very easy for me, John. The answer would be the field. Because how often does the best team in the regular season actually win the national championship in college basketball? It doesn't really happen as often as maybe we would expect.
Yeah, because UConn wasn't that team last year.
Correct. But it just says a whole lot about what they have been able to put together so far this season to get to this point where they're coming into this game tonight. By the way, to answer the question about the thing you said at the beginning of the segment, got someone who reached out to me about the tickets and said almost all of those tickets are singles. So tougher to sell those certainly than it is, if you buy two of them together. It is still odd though, given that it's the number 1 team. It's a matchup of top 15 teams. It is the biggest home game of the season, and it's really not even close. And it's not the last chance for Creighton to get a big win, but certainly no win on the schedule the rest of the year in the regular season would be as big as a win over Yukon would be tonight. On top of that, of course, you add in that they have never beaten a number 1 team, period, in the history of their program. It's a hell of an opportunity. And that first game, very I don't know, unmemorable. I mean, I guess it's memorable for all the wrong reasons, but that was one of those where you watch it and you say, oh, okay, Yukon really is that team, at least in the regular season this year. They made it so hard on Creighton, what they were able to do throughout that one, just the amount of points that they scored, the difficulty, as you mentioned, in terms of getting those good shots together. And that was the one blemish in the month of January. They've been obviously a bit up and down since then. Since January, since February started, but it's a heck of an opportunity in a few hours tonight.
The two things that really did in the Jays in the first matchup, because they played really well defensively. If you look at all the metrics, it was Yukon's worst offensive game of the season. Their effective field goal percentage was sub 40. They missed more layups than they made. But the problem was twofold. It was offensive rebounds and it was turnovers. And to that point, Yukon missed 45 shots against Creighton, but they got an offensive rebound on 21 of them. So that's almost half. Almost half the shots they missed, they got an offensive rebound. And one of the hardest things to do in basketball is, the shot goes up and your primary job on defense is, hey, you want them to take either a poor shot or block the shot or, a shot that you'd rather have them take. And when they miss, you feel like you've won. And there's nothing more deflating than you get them to miss the shot, but you don't get the basketball back because they get the basketball back. They get the rebound. And so they were able to, even though they, I like to look at second chance points. And if you can go 1-for-1 ratio or better than that, then you're doing really well. Yukon only, I say only, I'm using air quotes, only scored 19 points off those 21 offensive rebounds. So it was less than a point per offensive rebound. But in a game where neither team was shooting the ball well, that proved to be a huge difference. Then you combine that with the turnovers. And Creighton turned it over 14 times. And Yukon got 15 points there. So when you look at the extra possessions, which turnovers and offensive rebounds essentially are, Yukon got more than half of their points on extra possessions, either second chance off the offensive rebound or points off turnovers. That was the game right there. Creighton played well enough defensively on the initial possession to win the game. It's one of their best, it arguably was their best defensive performance of the year. Given the competition, where it was played, who you were playing, the quality of the shots that they were getting, and yet they still lost by double digits because they didn't really finish the defensive series.
Yeah.
You finish the defensive series by getting the rebound. And then on the offensive end, you don't give them freebies by, making bad passes or traveling or other turnovers. And so that's really where the game was lost. So if you're looking at this tonight and you're looking for a spot where, this supposedly unbeatable team can be beaten, you can go back to the blueprint of the first game and say, hey, we made these guys miss a lot of shots. They missed 45 shots. You look at the percentages. Caravan, who, like I said, is a 40% three-point shooter, was 1 for 5. Stephon Castle, who's been the multi-time rookie of the week or freshman of the week in the Big East, went 1 for 5 from 3. Yukon as a team only hit 5 threes the entire game, but they got second chances.
Yeah.
They had nearly as many offensive rebounds as defensive rebounds. And when that happens, usually bad things occur.
So, John, we'll have Nick on in a little over an hour. And I know one of the things that, I've been ruminating on, is like what makes Yukon so tough and where do they have these advantages? And we kind of just went through some of them right there. So where does Creighton have an advantage in this game that they could take advantage of the Huskies and leave with a W? Where can they be beaten, I guess, is the way to ask it.
Well, they can be beaten initially, again, if you can defend as well as you did in the first game. They can be beaten if you're making shots. I mean, tonight you're going to have to make some shots. Creighton did not shoot the ball well, and certainly a lot of that was because they were forced into some bad shots due to the fact that they were doing so much on-ball pressure. But at the end of the day, and I didn't see the shot quality chart, but Creighton goes 6 of 26 from 3. They obviously have to do better than that. Stephen Ashworth, and this was actually the game that got Stephen Ashworth going. Not that he was, hitting a lot of perimeter shots because he only went 2 of 8, but it was the game where he started to just kind of put his head down and say, to heck with it. I'm going to try to make something happen. And he did. He was able to get to the rim. And I think that game kind of helped with his confidence a little bit. And so you've seen a little bit of a different Stephen Ashworth since this point. Really, it was this game that kind of started him on this run where he's looking more like the Stephen Ashworth that was promised. But I mentioned, Ryan Kalkbrenner. They have to get the ball to Ryan Kalkbrenner. He goes 4 of 5. He needs to have, his 12 to, 15 field goal attempts in this game. Trey Alexander goes 3 for 12. He got to his spot on a few occasions, his spot being, basically that area between 10 to 15 feet, in and around the free throw line. And he wasn't making those. Baylor Shireman only had 12 points in the game on 4 of 11 shooting. They're going to have to make some shots tonight to win. Now, that said, it would not surprise me if this was another low-scoring affair. I mean, if you look at the history of this series, the winning team, generally it's the first team that gets to 60 wins. There have not been high-scoring games in this series. I think the very first one they played when they went to overtime, and this was during was it COVID year? Yeah, it was COVID year because I was doing the game from
your house?
From the studio. I think that got into the 70s, but again, that went in overtime. But typically these are more of a grinder, lower possession, lower scoring games. But you can make a big difference in that if you can exchange a few threes tonight that you weren't hitting in the first game. But that's easier said than done because Yukon all season has only allowed 2 teams to make 10 or more threes against them. Only 2. And they were both non-conference games that Yukon won, ended up going away.
Yeah.
So it was one of those deals where they probably had a lot of subs on the floor or whatever the case may be. It's hard to get good shots against Yukon. But when Creighton does get good shots, and, the way, Greg McDermott can X's and O's in offense, draw up plays, they will get some good shots, but they've got to hit them tonight. They can't have a night where they get, if they get, 10 or 15 quality threes, they need to hit north of 40% of them.
I think the worst thing you can hear after tonight's game, whether it's in the post-game interview with you or just the general media session, is it was a miss shot basketball game and we were on the wrong end. Like, that's not what you want to hear. By the way, Rothstein, John Rothstein, he tweeted about it a little bit earlier. Now, so this is as of 2 hours ago. Yukon currently 3.5 against Creighton, minus 164 on the money line. 83% of the total bets on the spread have been on Yukon, 87% of the total handle. And then if you look at money line, 76% of the total bets have been on Yukon, 94% of the total handle. So this is one of those games where everybody is on the Huskies. So if Creighton is able to pull it out, I know that this one will be quote tweeted and retweeted because we so often will see that happen in sports. But on the other hand, the Chiefs were the obvious bet a week and a half ago, and they ended up winning the Super Bowl. So there you go.
Yeah, listen, I understand completely why UConn's favored. And a lot of times it's, last impression. Now, UConn's had a lot of great last impressions because they've won 14 straight and they've won all but 2 games. They're 23-2 this year. But their last impression was an extremely strong impression.
Mm-hmm.
They took a Marquette team that was playing very good basketball and was number 4 in the country and absolutely ran them off the floor. In fact, that in many ways, the Marquette game from Saturday was similar to the first Creighton Yukon game, in which it was a nip and tuck game for the first 11, 12 minutes. And then it quickly flipped. And Yukon, now it wasn't the same in that, they got a ton of offensive rebounds and points off turnovers. They did, but, over 26 minutes after the game was tied at 11 or tied at 18, Yukon went on a run that was 60-31 against a really good Marquette team. So that's the last impression we have of them. The other part, kind of finishing up the answer to your question, Josh, the other part is they got to feed off the energy in this place.
Yes.
They've got, there's a
don't let it get
why,
you in a bad way.
Yeah. There's a reason why it's hard to win on the road. Well, because you're playing in a place like this. Stunning stat about Yukon is that they have not beaten a ranked team on the road in, is it 10 years?
Yeah, that stat is
10
wild.
years.
Yeah, that stat is crazy.
And I thought I had it written down on here. Yeah, here it is. Yukon has not beat a ranked team on the road
since 2014,
January
right?
2014.
Yeah.
20 straight losses.
Yeah, and they won a natty that year, by the way, in 2014.
Yeah.
So think about that though. So they won one that season. They also won one last year. And in between that, they have not and beyond, they have not beaten a ranked team on the road. Pretty crazy.
Yeah. Well, something's got to give. Creighton's never beaten a number one team before. Yukon hasn't beaten a ranked team on the road in over 10 years.
Yeah.
So something tonight has to give. I mean, it should be good. The thing is, the last game notwithstanding, the games in this series have been really good, especially the ones here in Omaha. Last year's game was highly emotional. Creighton came back in the second half 2 years ago. Heck, even the first time they played in this building, it was during COVID. I remember because I was literally sitting in this booth. Dan Hurley got teed up, but that was a team that didn't end up having a great season. But they just bring a certain attitude about them. In many ways, they're a lot like those Villanova teams. They just have a certain toughness and a certain culture about them that is hard to replicate. I did want to play one quote here because I mentioned Dan Hurley was on SVP last night, and he was asked about defending a title versus how a title kind of validates what it is you've done and kind of the approach that you take going into the next season. Is there a certain comfort level with that? Here was Dan Hurley last night with Scott Van Pelt. And of course, because it's coming from ESPN, there's probably some music or some background highlights going on in the background. So just, acknowledge that. Here it is.
We didn't want to, look at this season as, being defensive. We wanted to kind of, reign more like champions would in terms of the quality of how we would play during the course of the year. Our mindset is, somebody's have to kill us to take that number one ranking from us. I mean, they're going to have to play so well that they could rip that ranking out of our, dead hands as we're laying there because, we're pretty adamant about trying to hold on to that.
And that's the kind of attitude you got to have. And there's a reason why. And I know, of all the coaches in the Big East, it's between he and Shaka Smart that probably annoys people the most because of their histrionics or the way they act on the sideline. But there is no doubting the culture and the toughness he's built. This was the same guy who coached the Rhode Island team who upset the Jays in the tournament, 7-8 years ago. And his name is Hurley. His dad, Dan Hurley Sr., one of the toughest guys around. We all know who Bobby Hurley is and what he represented. That's just what they bring. And so they won't be intimidated by this crowd tonight. But the Jays still need to be able to feed off of it tonight if they're going to have a shot.
But by the way, real quick for Brunsey, the question that I see has taken over Creighton fandom today on the internet is, if they win, do they storm? Do they storm the floor?
I don't know.
Number one team in the country.
I don't know.
If you do,
I don't know, and I
please
don't
be
care.
kind. You don't care, John. That'd be an incredible scene. You could be like, look at the fans are on the floor. Slow it up. Slow it up. Yeah, it'd be great.
I mean, it'll be exciting whether they're on the floor or not on the floor.
Okay. I don't think that you don't care. You definitely would care. You could take fun pictures. You could tweet them out. You could say, look at this picture.
Because you know me. I don't like hoodlumism and vandals. I don't need vandalism.
We still got guys that need to get to the locker room.
Yes,
exactly.
You can say that.
You don't
John.
want me to say that.
We still got guys that need to get to the locker room.
We got all these drunks on the floor. We still need our guys to get to the locker room.
Everything going on right now.
Yes, exactly. Everything going on right now.
Maybe if that happens, I'll save that call for that. We've got everything going on right here. Well, we've got Michael Bruns coming up on here.
Oh, yeah.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
If you're Iowa women's basketball, you got Caitlin Clark, gives you hope. Yep. Over the weekend, Nebraska softball had their fan day. They had lines everywhere.
Yes.
Jordy Ball gives you hope. All you need is somebody that gives you hope. Maybe Nebraska football has found that guy that gives you hope every time you show up to play a game. Michael Jordan, gives you hope. You know that you got a chance, even if you have your worst night, you're going to have a chance to win again.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Another beautiful spring-like Tuesday afternoon. This evening, temperatures will drop into the 40s. By tomorrow morning, temperatures in the 30s with partly cloudy skies. More clouds filtering in throughout the day, but not stopping us from getting to a high temperature near 60 degrees. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery. KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Do you know a high school senior who'd like a $12,000 college scholarship? Be sure to tell them that the Salvation Army is now seeking nominations for the DJ's Hero Award scholarships. We're looking for Nebraska high school seniors who have overcome adversity and who are doing the most good in their communities. The application deadline is Wednesday, March 13th, so nominate your hero today. Just go to djshero.org for more information. That's djshero.org.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Psst. Hey, I have a secret. I use Secret Whole Body Deodorant because more than just my armpits stink.
Oh, can I use it where my bra rubs under my...
Oh, yeah.
And what about down there? You know, my...
Totally. 4 out of 5 gynecologists would recommend it. So I tried it, and now I get 72 hours of freshness from my pits to my...
Ooh, I love that it's a spray.
Me too. And it comes in sticks and creams too. Go get your Secret Whole Body Deodorant.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is $50 in vouchers for only $25 to Lula Bee's Breakfast Brunch and Bar. Lula Bee's has everything from French toast and omelets to shrimp tacos and burgers. There's even a full bar with uniquely inspired cocktails. Lula Bee's has a festively decorated party room for celebrations or just brunch with all of your friends. Lula Bee's, 9th and Dodge, or at lulabeesomaha.com.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
Thursday, February 22nd is your last chance to see Omaha Maverick men's basketball as they gear up for the conference tournament. Join the Maverick men for senior night as they take on Oral Roberts. This is always a classic matchup. Plus, with just 4 home games left, your Omaha Maverick hockey team takes on Colorado College in a top 20 matchup on Friday and Saturday night. Let's pack the Baxter. Get your tickets now by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/tix.
New Year's resolutions start and end at Level Countertops, Cabinets, and Flooring in Elkhorn. Is your resolution this year to get organized, and take your kitchen to the next level? They create a unique space that's not only beautiful, but functional and organized. They come to you, listen to your needs, and create your functional design. For all your cabinet and organizational needs, visit their beautiful showroom at Level Countertop, Cabinets, and Flooring, 192nd in West Maple, or online at levelomaha.com. That's levelomaha.com.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
You root Big Red football, you must root Big Red basketball.
The 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Bruncy who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Bruncy called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz. It's Michael Bruntz. Michael Bruntz. Now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz.
I just realized something. This whole time I've been operating with my computer unplugged, and so it was running on battery, and I didn't want that to happen.
Oh, so you didn't want a crotch shot? Is that what was
Yeah,
going
I
on
didn't.
there?
I didn't want this whole thing going on where I'm moving the deal down and up and down,
You
and
didn't
I'd
want to
be
be like
leaning
Nick
over
during
like
the
this, going
crossover
back.
yesterday. Hi,
Sorry.
Bruntz.
Hey, Bruntz.
Hey, guys.
You just walked in on us, you know.
Your battery.
Yeah, indeed.
Well, now my computer is charging properly, and fortunately, I had plenty of battery left. I could have lasted to the end of the Grum, but I I like, when I'm sitting down and I'm near a power, I like to power my
That's
stuff
not
up.
good for
I don't
your
like,
computer battery, though, John.
what, to charge it?
Yeah,
No.
it's supposed to go all the way down and then all the way back up and all the way down and all the way back up, right, Bruns?
Did you get the little low key flex there from John about his battery life? I could have made it to the end of the show, no problem.
Yeah, even though you didn't.
Big battery guy.
Yep,
I am big battery guy.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Bruns, I saw something today. I don't know if you've heard these rumors, but it sounds like your boys, your Denver Broncos, are getting new uniforms next year.
What?
Oh,
yeah.
Tell me more, John.
Now,
are they going back to the good ones?
Well,
are they?
They are going to have a set of those. They'll have a throwback, so they will have them, but they won't be the permanent ones. The permanent ones.
My gosh! What
the horse head is still going to be there, but the changing the helmets to white.
Oh, and the jerseys look goofy.
Yeah, they've got like a Rocky Mountain motif on the
Bruns,
sleeves.
it looks like you combined to be the Colorado Rockies and the Broncos at the same time.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, see, that's why they should just go. Go ahead.
Even the color, like the ones where they wear the all orange, like even that one is better than like what they wear normally. But I would very much welcome a return to the early '90s. The blue helmet, the actual real blue helmet.
Yeah, Bruns, I watched The Drive recently on Twitter because I don't know, I'm a weirdo. Man, those uniforms were so good.
They were.
Yeah.
They were so good. That baby blue helmet, gorgeous.
Yeah. I'm sure it's just nostalgia doing its thing, but there's a lot of uniforms from that era of the NFL that are significantly better than what they've got now.
Yes.
Like with few exceptions.
Yeah, 100%.
No, I would agree. It's hard to argue. Well, while the Broncos have a heightened sense of urgency to change their uniforms, Matt Rule earlier in an interview with Tom Chattel talked about having a heightened sense of urgency for this upcoming football season. What does that feel? What does that mean to you when Matt Rule says that, a heightened sense of urgency?
What's the thing they always say that yesterday's price is not today's price or something like that?
Price of the brick. Yeah.
He had a quote in his February press conference or early February press conference where there was it was just kind of a throwaway line, but he made reference to the Maryland game and the final play where they throw the pick and they're kind of hemming and hawing. They kind of took the coaching staff kind of took responsibility for the play call, but he basically said that's a play that every college football team runs and scores on. And they're at the point now in year 2 where you just got to make the play. Like everybody makes that play, or a lot of teams are able to make that play. And that to me was kind of an example of, I think a good example of maybe how they're kind of raising the bar or trying to. It's like, you can kind of make excuses in year 1 and kind of take some arrows on calls and things like that. But at some point, you just got to go out and do it. And I think that's kind of where they're at now. I think just going into the spring, I mean, you look at the roster, the number of guys that they have, they kind of have to ramp things up a little bit, I think, to kind of figure out who's in and who's out, because they've got a lot of guys on that roster. I mean, everybody asks how they're going to get to the 85 number. They're going to get there, but I think they've got to figure out, who's making that jump with them from year 1 to year 2. And I think that's the sense of urgency. I mean, I think that's kind of a natural thing when you set yourself up to go to a bowl game and then you go 0 for in November. I mean, I just think the way that the season ended, I think just kind of naturally signals that, expectations are a little bit higher and everybody's got to do a little bit more in this offseason.
Yeah, and Bruns, along those lines, I heard an interesting question on the morning show today. I can't remember if it was Gary or Nick who asked it, but it was essentially, why has Matt Rule handled a losing season in year 1 so much better than the coaches that came before him? Because if you go back to Callahan, He did it. He was sub 500. Mike Riley was sub 500. Scott Frost was sub 500, and now Matt Rule. And yet for the other three, it did seem to have this, like, it hung over the program, I think, in a different way. Part of that obviously had to be timing, right? Like Callahan was the first to do it since the 50s or 50 or 60s. So I guess it explains it from that reason. But the urgency conversation that you just had, it just seems different this time around, and I'm trying to figure out why.
Yeah, it's interesting too because year one of the Rule era ended very differently than year one of the Frost era. I mean, you remember the way they kind of closed the 18 season, going into the off season. It was kind of like, okay, you stub your toe out of the gates, but you finished on an upward trend. And for all intents and purposes, the year kind of ended with a thud. For Rule and his staff in the first year. And I don't know if I've thought about this a little bit, and I don't know if he's got experience with it. Like you go back and look at what they did at Baylor, what they did at Temple off that first year. I mean, they've kind of not had that immediate success, and I think when you kind of had to go through that and refocus things and kind of double down on your approach, you kind of get a little bit more comfortable with that. I think he had some comment that they basically, they double down on the process. You kind of take your lumps early on for the payoff later. And I think, for at least how they've done things at other places, they're kind of on schedule, if not a little bit ahead. So I think that's maybe where the comfort lies a little bit. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but he's got, I think, a better sense of what it means to be the head coach of Nebraska than a lot of his predecessors have had. And I think he's pretty good at reading the room and understands, what the expectations are. And he's out enough that he gets what the conversation is. So I think it's kind of a combination of all that. And now they're going into year two of this thing. And I think, even though they had stubbed their toe a little bit, there's still this feeling over there that they're on the right track.
Michael Bruntz joining us, Husker247.com. It's not something we haven't really talked about much, but obviously with the offensive staff reshuffling and bringing in Glenn Thomas to coach the quarterbacks, help out with coordinating the offense, but it also shifts Marcus Satterfield over to the tight ends position. And I wonder if this could finally be the thing that unlocks what really historically has been an underachieving position group. And this is going back several coaches, the last decade or so. But when you've got your number one offensive head coach or assistant coach specifically coaching tight ends, if this could be the thing that maybe unlocks that group, also knowing that you've got a pretty good talented guy coming in the next recruiting class.
Yeah, no, I think it helps. I think when you've got, the guy that runs that group is calling plays. I mean, I think you probably think about it a little bit differently because it's in front of you every day. And I think, that was kind of the idea that Nebraska or Matt Rule had all along with having a separate quarterbacks coach, is, you get a little bit kind of a different look at things when you're not just kind of locked in on the quarterback. So it's an interesting group. I mean, you mentioned Carter Nelson and, you got Thomas Fedoni coming back. They like Luke Lindenmeyer. Forfeiture coming back too. I mean, but the guys that they brought in with that group, the recruiting class past year, it's, a lot of different body types, guys that I think can probably help right away if things kind of break right for them when they get to campus. And yeah, I mean, I that group more than any every year, I feel like I always have to kind of pump the brakes and kind of, say, well, we'll see it when we see it kind of a thing, because it feels like you said, it's been like 3 or 4 coaching staffs for the tight ends been just on a milk carton. But I mean, maybe this is kind of what can finally help them do that. I mean, it's got to be a piece of the offense, though. I mean, it's just been so lacking for years.
Hey, Bruntz, later on in the Grum, we're debuting a new segment called Wooden Bats and Rubber Hats, where we talk some college baseball. And so I wanted to ask you a college baseball question, because I'm curious what the takeaway is from the first weekend of the season for Nebraska. Like, it seems like there has to be some disappointment that they didn't finish 2-1, given how the third game of the weekend went. But I also sensed a lot of general positivity from the performance overall.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I mean, I don't think they played 1 and 2. I thought most of those games they were in control of for the most part. You just, gave up the lead at the end the last 2 days. And obviously that's something they got to get fixed. But I think the feeling over there is, they're making smaller adjustments at the plate with the offense. Maybe kind of figuring out a couple of roles here and there with the pitching staff and when they bring guys in. But, Will Bolt had an availability today, and I think they were pretty encouraged by what they saw. I can't recall. Maybe they played up in Minnesota, three teams of that caliber, but these are three decent teams right out of the gates. They saw really good pitching right away, and they'll probably be better off for that. We'll see what kind of happens this weekend with 4 down in Arizona against Grand Canyon. But I think most, the coaches over there walked away fairly encouraged and probably, kicking themselves a little bit that they didn't have more in the win-loss column to show for the way they played.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this? Bill Belichick will be a featured speaker at the Nebraska Football X's and O's Clinic in early April. They put out the advertisement earlier on social media. So Bill Belichick, who, by the way, I don't think has ever worn a red hoodie before, but they have him photoshopped in a red hoodie. Pretty impressive. And this isn't the first time. I know he was here a couple of times when Bo Pelini was the head coach, but Bill Belichick showing up for a coach's clinic is pretty cool.
Yeah, no, that's a big pull for them. And I know he's got a closer relationship with Matt Rule, obviously, but that kind of catches your eye a little bit. I mean, that with Matt Rule's kind of connections, you would think that they'd be able to find some pretty big names if they could get him to Lincoln. So that'll be cool. I'll be curious to kind of hear how talkative he is. But yeah, I don't know. That's certainly raised my eyebrows a little bit.
Yeah, that'll be I believe what is it, April 5th and 6th, I believe is what that poster says. I gotta zoom in on it here. Yeah, April 5th and 6th.
I like the F on featuring. It looks like the NBA Finals logo F. Very cool.
Oh, I thought you were going to mention the fact that, Nebraska never misses a chance when they see an N in a word that they highlight it in red.
Oh, that too, John. That too. Good call.
The N in clinic is highlighted in red.
Nice and red. Very cool.
Yeah,
very cool.
Red.
Yeah.
All right, Michael Bruntz, Husker 24/7. Appreciate it as always, Bruntsy. And sorry about the Broncos uniforms. Maybe they'll change their minds.
Yeah, well, everything else stinks there, so why shouldn't the uniforms, right?
Bingo. Great call.
Fair point. Michael Bruntz of Husker 24/7.
Bye, Brunsy.
All right, coming up, Josh is going to let his dogs loose.
It's so funny because you and I, again, we are in agreement, but I'm definitely the more fiery one about this today.
Well, I
think it's just because I started yelling at people, and that just got me fired up.
Yeah, I mean, I did not tweet about it. I responded to your tweet, but I did not tweet about it. I was prepared to get on my soapbox today, but it sounds like you have grabbed said soapbox. Well, either way, we'll tell you what we mean because it has to do with Matt Rule. It has to do with scheduling. More coming up from CHI Health Center, where apparently the guys on the floor are very loud today.
Yeah, they are so loud. So it's just coming through your microphone.
We're doing a radio show here.
Yeah, well, I'm sitting way up here in the hockey box. Yeah, I don't have any other microphone.
No, I figured that was like the FX mic earlier, and so
I don't have.
They are loud, man. I don't know if I've ever heard players warming up as loudly as they are.
Tell them to shut up, John.
Yeah, yell down. Hey, shut up!
1620 the zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 the zone.
Margot felt quite exquisite as she dipped her fries in mayo, gracefully extending her pinky to the sky. See, she had just saved by getting Cox Mobile for her family. Yes, more lines, more savings, Margot. Brilliant. She finished her cherry slush drink with a triumphant... exquisite indeed. Visit a Cox store and pay as low as $30 a line for 4 or more unlimited lines. 4 lines required for $30 per line price, max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges. Other restrictions apply.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
You know what Mentality can help you with? Low energy, motivation, weight gain, muscle loss, fatigue, tired all the time, feeling anxious, moody, irritability, impatience, anxiety, and depression. Mentality can help you with their board-certified physicians and their testosterone treatments that can take care of you and get you back in the game. You can regain normal function and restore your ability to perform normally at all levels just by Mentality. Set up an appointment today. Go to lowtusa.com. Get back in the game. Don't sit on the sidelines and let mentality lead the way.
Woodhouse Lincoln wants to redefine your driving experience with our stunning lineup of Lincoln vehicles. Lease a 2023 Lincoln Nautilus for $499 a month for 39 months, 10,500 miles per year. Come visit us in store off 114th and Giles Road or online anytime at woodhouselincoln.com. With approved credit, security deposit waived, $1,500 down payment plus first payment, and $299 doc fee due at signing. Offer expires 2/29/2024. See dealer for details.
Make the right call. John Higgins Weather Car, the home of the roofery.
When it's time to replace or repair storm damage, make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the local, trusted, and proven choice. No one has installed more Da Vinci roofs, and there's a reason why John Higgins Weather Guard is the nation's leader. Community member, community supporter. Make the right call.
John Higgins Weather Car, the home of the roofery. Make the right call.
Sure, you could go elsewhere for your health and wellness products, or better yet, why not just come to 42 Degrees? Those other places don't even come close to the wide variety and premium disposable e-juice, CBD, Delta, Kratom, glass pipes, vaporizers, and other great products. With the friendliest, most knowledgeable, and professional staff who will find the right products just for you. If you're looking for a one-stop shopping experience, look no further. 42 Degrees. By your mom's house.
Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
The needs of modern businesses are always changing, but corporate cards haven't evolved in decades. Until now. Meet Ramp, the all-in-one finance platform that combines corporate cards with spend management software. Ramp is the only card designed to actually help your business spend less, not more. With Ramp, you can set custom controls to stop out-of-policy spend before it even happens. And Ramp software even does expense reports for you. No more manual entries, no more chasing receipts. And with best-in-class accounting integrations, you'll close your books in days, not weeks. Ramp gives you better insights and a real-time view of all company spend, so you can stay focused on the big picture and build a healthier business. Join over 15,000 businesses who have switched to Ramp and start saving an average of 5%. Modern finance runs on Ramp. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. That's ramp.com/sports.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
We'll get to the thing that has Josh all fired up, hot and bothered. Well, me too, but
yeah,
he's been the more aggressor of it. But kind of on a related note, the College Football Playoff Board of Managers unanimously revised the criteria for the 12-team playoff. So they have approved the 5-by-7 format, which means the top 5 conference champions, as rated by the College Football Playoff Committee, will get automatic bids into the College Football Playoff, and then there will be 7 at-larges. Previously, it was going to be a 6-and-6 model when there was still 5 power conferences. What I'll be curious to know is, because the thing that was holding this back was the Pac-12, which still has a vote. It is in the form of Kirk Schultz, who is the president at Washington State, was withholding that vote because they wanted some assurances that Washington State and Oregon State would be taken care of in the next college football playoff contract, which technically does not exist. So I'll be curious to know if they got those assurances or if there was enough arm twisting saying, hey, if we don't approve this, bad things are going to happen. Because one thing that was mentioned in a story in The Athletic this morning before this vote came to the table was that the television contract could be up in the air. Now, there is not a television contract. We've confirmed that, ESPN did not agree, as we thought they did 6 days ago, to a new contract. But there is an offer on the table. Offer on the table.
It seems like, John, that it's almost a kind of a handshake agreement, but they have not gone all of the way with it just yet. That's kind of how I'm reading the situation right now, in that this is probably what we're going to do, what we want to do, etc.
So because of that, or because of the threat that offer could be pulled, there was pressure to act, and not only that, but there's also pressure to act because the playoff is 10 months away, and you want to go into the summer knowing kind of what's happening here. You don't want this dragging out because there's a lot of other issues at stake here, including how they're going to negotiate the next contract, how the money's going to be divvied up. The Big Ten and the SEC might end up wanting a model that's more similar to the NCAA tournament, where it's based on performance, where the further you advance, the more money you earn, or it's just prorated based on the number of teams you get in. Right now, it's all split somewhat equally. All the power conferences get the same amount. All the group of 5 schools get the same amount, regardless of who makes it and who doesn't. But now you wonder if, some of those issues still need to be ironed out. There's going to be another meeting tomorrow of the managing board where some of those things will be handled. But this was kind of the first thing that needed to happen in order for progress to be made, because this certainly could have been an area where if there was a hang-up and they didn't get a unanimous vote, that you could see more of the fractures take place, that what we've seen, that the Big Ten and the SEC would just say, okay, fine, you don't want to play with us, fine, we're going to take our ball with all of our money and all of our brands and all of our riches, and we're going to go play somewhere else.
Yeah, because along those,
that's kind of the nuclear option that we've been waiting for to happen.
Yeah, and along those lines, John, reading from this is a story, I believe, from The Athletic. Yeah, commissioners have said that they're treating the playoff for the 26-27 season as a blank slate with no special allegiance to any formats or decisions made over the past decade. But that approach means there's a lot to settle, from automatic berths to revenue distribution, and outside onlookers are eager to see progress. So, what does that mean? Well, it means things as simple as what 12 teams are in. Is it a 5-7 model? Are they going to do something different? Obviously, home field advantage and how that will be treated beyond these first 2 years. You have to imagine, this is a little bit of wish casting, John, but I do think that after these first 2 years, when we see teams ranked 5, 6, 7, and 8 host playoff games, that teams 1 through 4 will say, whoa, we want to host games because we also want that advantage of a home field atmosphere, and B, also we would like the revenue that comes with hosting a home game. Again, wish casting, but I think that will be a very real discussion, and a lot of other things beyond that. And so I'm a little surprised that it got the unanimous vote, but I'm guessing that a lot of the smaller leagues are just afraid of whatever is next, and so they would rather play nice for now rather than fight. I got an email just a second ago from Zach, and I'm John, I'm genuinely surprised to hear this type of stuff from fans, but it says there should be 0 auto bids for conference champs. It should be the 12 highest ranked teams, regardless of conference, get the 12 best teams. And I can see you shaking your head. Sometimes I think that a lot of us are just watching a different sport, and, we want different things from the sport of college football, but I'll be honest, I just don't understand that mindset. And I was hoping it would stay at 6 and 6. I think it would have been fun and interesting. It would have meant 2 group of 5 or whatever the nomenclature will be, 2 of the lesser conferences champs. It would be just different. But obviously I feel like I'm in an outlier with what I'm hoping for with the playoff.
No, I agree. And listen, that all at larges, that's another thing that's up for grabs, and that's something that the SEC and the Big 12 or Big 10 don't agree on.
Yeah, that's what the SEC wants.
The SEC wants all at larges because they figure they're going to get the most teams in. The Big 10 has, at least Tony Petitti has talked at times about having multiple
guarantees,
automatic bids per conference.
Yeah, like 2. Like some of these bigger leagues, that's what their argument is going to be moving forward. Is like it shouldn't just be 1 team; it should be 2 teams that play in the conference championship game. Yeah, reading from the Athletic story again, Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti has suggested reconsidering bracket sizes that were previously passed over, such as a 16-team field. So, I wouldn't bet on this happening, John, but I guess there is a world where it's 12 teams for 2 seasons, and then it would jump up to 16 after that. That is a possibility. Again, I don't think it will happen, but it is a possibility.
All right, so that sets the table because it's really playoff based.
Yes,
is what prompted Matt Rule's comments that he made to Tom Chattel as part of his Tuesday column today that got Josh fired up.
Oh yeah,
we'll explain all of that when we come back right after this on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, This is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up, it looks like we've got some debris in the road causing delays on westbound I-80 just before the 24th Street exit over in Council Bluffs. Otherwise, a stall has the right shoulder blocked on northbound 680 at the I-80 split. Delays on westbound I-80 between 84th and L Street, on eastbound L Street between 96th and 90th, and a little bit of a delay on westbound 370 just past the JFK. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Lawrence & Gardens.
Experience Brick Live Brickosaurs, now open at Lawrence & Gardens. Come face to face with a herd of incredible brick-built dinosaurs, discover prehistoric plants, and unearth a ton of fun. To plan your family's dynamite adventure, visit lawrencegardens.org.
You can find pizza anywhere, but when you want pizza pie piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Pick pepperoni, beef, black olives, you choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
At Sid Dillon Chevrolet, we want you to have the best car buying experience possible. Shop Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer group or at SidDillonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
Howdy, Greg Wagner joining you from the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission. Time now for another Nebraska Outdoor Update. Say, there's a lot to do this season in Nebraska's outdoors. There's always hiking in the state parks. There's bird watching. There's trout stream fishing. There's scouting for that spring wild turkey hunting trip. And there's looking for shed deer antlers in your favorite woods. So there's no reason to be a couch potato, is there? No. Get outdoors and enjoy. And that'll wrap it up. I'm Greg Wagner with Nebraska Game and Parks.
Velocity Clinical Research in Omaha frequently conducts clinical trials for a broad range of investigational treatments. Typical studies involve medications for acne, allergies, chronic diseases, depression, and others. They also perform vaccine studies for people of all ages, conducting innovative research that has a positive impact on lives. Click for current trials at velocityclinicaltrials.com. More trials are launching in March. Compensation for study-related time and travel. Find out more at velocityclinicaltrials.com.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
You know, pretty much since the dawn of the playoff era, the 4-team era, now into the 12-team era, and who knows what it's going to look like in the future, there has been arguing over just what kind of scheduling it would require to maximize your opportunity to get into the tournament. And we've gone to both extremes. Some have said, well, we play in a great conference, so we don't need to have more than 8 conference games. And that's what the SEC has done. Others have said, like the Big Ten immediately went to 9, saying, well, we play more good on good. It's going to improve our resume. And we continue to vacillate back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Well,
yeah, because some seasons, a bad non-conference is used against a team. Like I think the best example that I can think of, John, is 2014 Baylor, the first year of the playoff. That team had a horrible non-conference. The Big 12 bungled also the one true champion bit, and it cost them. Meanwhile, Michigan, the last couple of years, their horrible non-conference hasn't cost them at all. Though last year, if Texas doesn't play Alabama and beat them in the regular season, I don't think that they make it to the college football playoff. That ended up being a large trump card. If they were going to put Bama in over Florida State, they also had to put Texas in, given that Texas had beaten Alabama. So they use it however they want to on a year-to-year basis.
So Matt Rule, who's been at, Tom Chattel's been sharing some of the information that Matt Rule has shared with him in a conversation that they had recently. And in today's Tuesday column, he mentions, in my conversation with Husker coach Matt Rule, He indicated he would be against playing non-conference games against Power 5 teams. With USC, UCLA, Oregon, and Washington joining the Big Ten, it doesn't make sense, Rule says. Quote, in a year where you hope to play 15 or 16 games, why would you elect to play a really tough game early? Later, he is quoted as saying, I think personally with 18 teams in the Big Ten, you should give yourself the best chance with your scheduling. Then Chattel adds that Nebraska is scheduled to play Colorado this year and Cincinnati next year, but a home-and-home series with Tennessee, Arizona, Oklahoma, and Oklahoma State would probably go away. And then a little bit later on, Rule is quoted as saying in Chattel's column, college football is going to be all about getting to the playoff, getting to the tournament. Then it's how do I get there and have a home playoff game? So the Rule plan, according to Chattel, everyone in the conference should abide by the same scheduling rule. Maybe that means the Big Ten and the SEC. Quote, I would like to play local Division I teams, Rule said. We're playing Northern Iowa next year. Those kids are from our region. Those kids maybe grew up watching Nebraska. I just want it to be consistent. If they say everyone is playing one, fine. I just don't want Nebraska to hurt Nebraska. I want to do the same thing Ohio State and Northwestern and Auburn are doing. That's the great thing about the NFL. Everything is consistent.
For the record, Ohio State moving forward, they have big-time non-conference games on their schedule. So if you want to do it, Ohio State,
Texas, and even Michigan, who recently has had some really awful non-conference schedules the last couple of years.
Yeah. Ohio State has Bama, they have Texas, they have Georgia. So Matt Rule, Josh Peterson handshake meme. Couldn't agree more with you, Matt.
Right, but then it's the idea of and I get where he's coming from, and I want to say this and I'm not saying this just to be critical of Matt Rule. What I am being critical of is this groupthink.
Yes.
That has now permeated the college sport to say we don't need to play good non-conference games because we play enough in our league that we're going to be fine. And that groupthink to me is, well, certainly it's looking out for number one. And I'm not saying that Matt Rule, as he is quoted as saying, I don't want Nebraska to hurt Nebraska. I understand that. But what I don't understand is why this groupthink has to exist in the first place. And technically it's not true because, as we've seen, Georgia has beefed up their schedule in the non-conference. You just mentioned Texas. You just mentioned Ohio State.
Yeah.
So we still don't have universality amongst all participating institutions. We're seeing some of the teams at the very top saying, yeah, we're fine playing other power conference schools. But now Matt Rule is kind of going in the opposite direction. So I agree with him on the consistency part. But here's the part that I don't like. It's the consistency of we don't need to play anybody else in the non-conference. We're fine just playing 3 scrubs and then go off and do our own thing in our conference.
Yeah.
That's the part that I disagree with. That's the part that I hate. That's the part that ruins the sport or hurts the sport and makes it less appealing to watch, especially in September when most of these games take place.
Yeah, because, I look at it from a few different viewpoints. The first is just like entertainment. And I will offer the olive branch to so many Husker fans that are disagreeing with me right now, and I understand why, in that I am in this for the entertainment, and I'm not viewing this through the lens of more wins. So I will admit that from the jump, and I will also admit, again, before I really kind of get into my opinion, I will also admit to understanding why Nebraska thinks that this is the best idea for things moving forward, and why programs in general, or not all programs, but why a lot of programs, I've heard Kansas State brought up many times today. Bill Snyder brought up many times. I understand that viewpoint. But I'm in this for the entertainment. And so you tell me, like, this is what we're going to do. Okay, cool. I love September, discussion surrounding college football when everybody in the sport says, yeah, and I don't really know who is good right now because they played a bad non-conference schedule. Okay, so that's what you want everybody to do. I would also certainly disagree with the idea of you can just play the non-conference, roll into your conference, and then that will tell us who is good. No, if suddenly schedules are just super insular, I think back, John, to the COVID basketball season and how that was supposedly the best Big Ten league of all time. And you always pushed back and said, I don't know. They're only playing each other. I don't know. And what happened in the NCAA tournament, John? The Big Ten fell on its face because they had been challenging each other, but had they really challenged themselves? Had they really gone outside? And the answer was no. Now, that was for a different reason, but I just don't understand why this is what people want. And I said it in the crossover, man. I think one of the more frustrating parts about Nebraska football falling when they have is that like these discussions have gone totally in this direction of it's just about the wins. It's just about I want to start 3-0. I want to start 3-0. And like I get it, winning is a lot more fun than losing. But man, I always liked growing up looking at that list of the future non-conference schedule. I remember when USC had been on it for years and suddenly USC got good. And it was like, that's going to be really fun. When Oregon showed up on the non-conference schedule. Oh my gosh, Oregon, Chip Kelly, Mark Helfrich, that offense coming to Lincoln, that sounds incredible. I remember debating with people, should they add Boise State for a one-off? And I always said yes, even though Boise State at the time was a giant killer. They were David to the Goliaths of college football. But I like watching interesting college football games. And so that's the thing that I want. And so to see this fan base just say like, yep, sign me up. This is okay with me, as they'll be bitching about their horrible home slate and their tickets. It baffles me because I've seen the other side of the argument when September rolls around. I know what it will be.
Josh, I'm trying to go through right now, and I'm actually using Husker Max as a guide, but I'm trying to think back the last time Nebraska played a non-conference schedule that featured no power conference opponents. And I realize that the definition of power conference opponents has changed over the years, but you know, the traditional power conference opponents, the Big Ten schools, the SEC schools, you know, I'm thinking back to when Nebraska was Big 8, Big 12, or today, you know, ACC schools, Pac-12 schools, and the like. And I don't think there has ever been a year that Nebraska played a non-conference schedule. This is excluding the COVID year because there were no non-conference games.
Yeah.
Where they didn't play at least one, if not two, power conference schools in a year. I mean, I'm going up through the 90s right now. It has not happened. I don't know if it has ever happened. And so this idea that, you know, well, we don't need to play any of the other power leagues, you know, again, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to determine, well, who actually is better when there's no cross-pollination, when there's no, you know, SEC versus Big 10 games or Big 12 versus ACC games and all this other stuff. And I get it. It's a small sample size. It's not going to be perfect. It's not like a college basketball or a college baseball season where there's a lot more games, but it's something.
Mm-hmm.
And so if everyone just goes into their neighborhood and does their thing and plays a bunch of FCS or low tier FBS schools, and that's their non-conference, if everyone decides to do that, then what are we doing here?
Yeah, and I like
honestly, what are we doing?
And I don't want, like, this comment from Dion is wild to me. It's suicide to play 3 big name games plus the Big Ten slate. Who is asking for that? No
one's asking for that.
No, the only thing that I want, and shout out to Dave Fight, who put together a great Excel spreadsheet of Nebraska in the non-conference since 2020. And so he goes all the way back. And obviously in some of these years, they're going to play 4 non-conference games. In some of these years, they're going to play 3 non-conference games because that's what they're doing now. And he excluded the COVID year. And the breakdown is as such, John. 52% of the non-conference games since 2000 have been against FBS level competition. 33% have been against power schools, and then 15% have been against 1AA/FCS schools. That breakdown, now I would certainly take out the FCS 1AA stuff, but you want to add those up together, and that sounds good with me. 3 non-conference games, 33%. That means 1 Power 5. 66%, that's 2 games, you know, group of 5. I think that that's what I have always wanted, and that I think is a nice representation of, you know, because there was another comment a few minutes ago. I like UTEP at home and then Colorado instead of last year. Yeah, this was from Max, Minnesota and Colorado. And I couldn't agree more. I'm not asking for start with the Power 5 team on the road, start with another Power 5 team in conference. No, you know, I understand wanting to build up. Some years you're going to start with 1 game and then have a tough one. Some years you'll start with 2 easy games and then you'll have a hard one. Whatever it is on a year-to-year basis, you and I are certainly not asking for, put Bama on the schedule and also, put Washington State on the schedule and also, put Florida State on the schedule. Like, who's asking for that? No one in here is asking for that.
No one's asking for that. So
on the schedule.
So don't read this as to say, Nebraska should always have an Alabama, Georgia, or a Florida State on the schedule. No, but they should not have a northern. I mean, they should be trying to limit, if not all out, eliminate all games against the FCS. I hate that.
Yeah.
I think it's cowardice. I think it's chicken poop. It's garbage. There's no reason that an FBS school, especially a Power 5 FBS school, should be punching that low down in its weight class. Absolutely not. And I've been critical of the SEC for this forever. And for the most part, the Big 12, at least the Big 10, used to be very consistent. Delaney never liked that. And he said, I don't want to see that. And so I tip my hat to the Big 10. But even they have gone against that now in recent years. I don't want to see that.
Yeah.
We don't need to see that. And yet, if the attitude's going to be, and I'd be curious to know what Matt Rule is talking about, saying, I'd like to play a bunch of area Division I schools. He did mention Northern Iowa by name. But are we just talking about the Dakota schools and Northern Iowa, schools like that? If that's the case, sign me out. I don't want anything to do with that. I get it. The conference is harder, but you're also not playing all the other 16 teams or 17 teams in your league every year. You're only playing 9 conference games. So you still got 3 to go. And I've always thought that the modern, I'll call it the modern Nebraska formula, which has basically been followed since the early 2000s, was, hey, we want to go out and play someone in our weight class, another power conference school. Then we want to play find another 1 or 2, group of 5 schools. And that was going to be our schedule. And every so often, we would bring in an Idaho State or, a Northern Iowa or whatever. But I like that. And so the breakdown that Dave Fite gave us, that's a good breakdown.
Yeah.
That's a good breakdown. Over
2 easy, 1 hard,
Yeah.
1 name, 2 not names.
And, I'm looking right now at Alabama. This is now, who knows? Maybe they'll change their mind.
Sure,
as well.
yeah, and that's part of this argument that I will admit. I wonder if I'm going to end up looking like an idiot in 2 years when a lot of these games end up getting canceled.
But in 2025, Alabama's going to be playing Florida State and Wisconsin.
Oh wow, that's 10 Power 5 games, John.
In 2026, they're going to have West Virginia and Florida State.
Wow.
In 2027, they have West Virginia and Ohio State. In 2028, they have Ohio State and Oklahoma State. In 2029, they have Oklahoma State and Notre Dame. And then even moving ahead, 2032 and 33, Arizona and Minnesota. If they're going to stick with that, now again, maybe if everyone's starting to go in a different direction, but if they're not, then I just listen. I'm with you. I am looking out as the same way as you are. I just want good, entertaining football. And I'm sorry. To me, a Power 5 school playing an FCS school is not entertaining. It's not good.
Or 3 low-level group of 5 schools.
And last time I checked, they don't give away those tickets for free.
Well, they do for the red carpet experience.
No, I guess they do. And I guess
that's the wild part about this, John, is we keep talking, and it's not just a Nebraska problem, but it's a college football problem. And that is people, butts in the seats. Why do you think you just read a lot of Alabama games? Did you notice that none of them were neutral site games? You wonder why that is? It's because Bama fans got sick of all those neutral site games, and Bama
they were tired of traveling.
They had to completely change their viewpoint. I like this tweet from Sam. He says, "I wish the TV partners would almost make them do something like a bracket buster, where every team leaves 1 non-conference slot open and TV assigns it, or even all Power 4 teams get a Power 4 opponent at random." I think that's a tremendous idea. I think that something like that would be great. And to go back to what Matt Rule said at the end of the column, the idea that not every schedule is not even created equal, but they don't follow the same rules. I couldn't agree with him more. It's one of the more frustrating parts of the sport. And sadly, it's a fix that I don't think is going to happen, John, until NFL Lite becomes even more of a thing where everyone is playing X amount of games like this, X amount of games like that, X amount of games like this. But in an era still where the Big 10 plays 9, the Big 12 plays 9, the SEC plays 8, and the ACC plays 8, It's super difficult. And so that's why Bama is going to play 2 power conference games in the non-con. Meanwhile, Nebraska apparently wants to move to 0 of them in the non-con.
I'd be curious to know, is Matt Rule reacting to something that he's hearing behind the scenes that just hasn't been acted out on yet?
Yeah.
Or
is it Michigan? Michigan just won, and they just won without a conference schedule that was very forgettable, a non-conference schedule rather, very forgettable. And hell, their conference schedule too, John. We made jokes about it. It wasn't until November that they played Penn State, and so we didn't really. How many times did we say going into November, I think they're good. I think they're really good. But they haven't played anybody yet. And again, this is where will admit that my bias is as someone who wants to be entertained and wants to have something interesting to talk about. But I can't really find anybody outside of a Michigan fan who was just happy to be undefeated that enjoyed the first 2 months of this team being this kind of weird outlier of, I think they're good, but I don't really know how good they actually are. I just don't find that stuff appealing. I don't find that enjoyable. And, I can't imagine that people will want to fill up Memorial Stadium to watch 3 of these games every year. And I know that because they don't want to fill up Memorial Stadium to watch 3 games against solid to great competition at times over the last handful of seasons.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just spot checking right now, various power conference schools and looking at their future schedules and everyone that I've seen so far. All right. Well, here's one, at least for the moment, doesn't have anything. Michigan in 2029 only has Western Michigan scheduled in the future.
Mm-hmm.
But in future years, like this year, they're going to play Texas. Next year, they're going to play Oklahoma. The year after that, they're going to play Oklahoma. The year after that, they're going to play Texas. And then they have Notre Dame coming back on the schedule in the 2030s. So I don't know what Rule is exactly reacting to. Again, it could be something that he's hearing behind the scenes or something that's got momentum behind the scenes in terms of canceling some of these series. But and again, I understand the whole idea of self-preservation, but it doesn't do anybody any favors as far as a fan is concerned if all you're going to get are 3 cupcakes every year in the non-conference. People like to bring up Bill Snyder. All right, let's talk about Bill Snyder. Let's look at what Bill Snyder was doing. And remember, this is 25 years ago now. Bill Snyder was trying to build a program that had reached the depths of college football. As much as we like to lament how poor Nebraska's been in recent years, they have not been at the depths of college football like Kansas State has seen the bottom of the sea.
Mm-hmm.
And so when they were playing these cupcake non-conference schedules, that was back in the earlier days. And granted, he still kind of drug it a little bit, further along than I would have been comfortable with, but I understood it in the time. But then even eventually, by the time, Bill Snyder was later in his career, they were playing better non-conference games. I remember them playing USC, for example. So this is, that was something that was done intentionally, kind of similar to what Fred Hoiberg did this year with Nebraska ball schedule. He intentionally had that non-conference schedule very easy because they were trying to build some momentum. All right.
And right now, John, that's looking like, okay, so they got
it looked
momentum.
Like it worked.
They got
it
momentum.
Looked like it worked.
But if they miss the NCAA tournament,
that'll be the reason why.
That'll be the reason why. So they got the momentum. They made the trade-off, and they did get the momentum. But if they miss the NCAA tournament, oh my gosh, that is going to be worked or used against them rather in a big, big way.
Certainly it will.
By the way,
but again,
I don't mean to argue too much here with Dave, but Dave says Matt Rule is trying to rebuild a program that has been one of the absolute worst in the Power 5. So I guess here's the other part of this discussion, John, that I don't think has been acknowledged a whole lot today, and I'm guilty of not acknowledging this part. This scheduled conversation is for future years. We're talking about this years down the road. So if Matt Rule,
so are we expecting to still suck in 5 years?
Thank you. That's my exact thought process. So if we're talking about changing the schedule in 5 years, then Nebraska, are they still bad in 5 years? They can't change the schedule for 24. They can't change the schedule for 25. They admitted that. So at the minimum, we're talking about 2026. That would be year 4. And if there is not, tangible progress in year 4, I know what the discourse will be, and it won't be about the damn schedule. So, that's the other fallacy of this whole argument. We can't go into a time machine and have this exact same discussion 5 years ago and say, I don't really like that 2023 schedule. It's starting tough, and that might not be very good for a coach in year 1. No. That already happened. 2026 is going to be year 4. So, frustrating.
And again, it goes back to the quote of college football is going to be all about getting to the playoff, getting to the tournament. Then it's how do I get there and have a home playoff game? I mean, the motivation here for Rule isn't about, hey, we're trying to build something here and we want a nice long runway.
Sure,
no,
sure.
this is about, I mean, that quote is essentially saying, hey, we're a part of one of the big boy conferences. We need to game the system.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and that's what that quote essentially
and
is.
That's going to be the viewpoint of a lot of these schools. If I can't recruit and play at the level of Georgia and Ohio State, then I need to put together a schedule that will allow me as good as possible to work the math, as you said, to game the system. And that is what Nebraska is hoping to do. You know, I mean, on one hand, I will give him applause for thinking this way, because there are a lot of people in my mentions today like, I just want to be 9-3. It's like, okay, cool. Congrats on going 9-3 instead of 8-4 because you took off a tough non-conference game. I would find the 8-4 record with a good non-conference game inherently more interesting than 9-3 with a bunch of cupcakes. So at least Matt Rule is thinking about a playoff. You know, now they obviously got to get to that level.
And again, when you look at the future Nebraska schedule, you know, Oklahoma State. Yeah, I know Oklahoma State's been good. But really, we're running away from Oklahoma State?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not like the schedule is
that's not the Nebraska I know.
Yeah, this isn't filled with Georgia and Bama and Florida State.
No.
Like these non-conference games, there's obviously Oklahoma, a historic rivalry, Arizona, as you just mentioned. These are, yeah. We're not talking about the best of the best right now. We're just talking about good, interesting schools.
And you know, and maybe these quotes will stir up some conversation elsewhere, and people will realize, maybe this doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But we also know this too. Who knows how college football is going to look in 2 years, much less 5 years? We could be at a point where the whole thing is blown up, and the only teams playing each other are Big Ten teams and SEC teams.
Yeah, isn't that the odd part about this, John? You and I think we're going to get our wish on non-conference or tough games, and it's going to be in the worst way imaginable. I think you and I are going to get our wish. We're going to end up having that. It's just not going to be the way we want it to be.
All right, coming up, we need to take a break because Nick Baugh's waiting in the green room, and we're going to talk with Nick about tonight's Creighton Yukon game and his thoughts on who might be the Big East Player of the Year. That's a conversation that's starting to heat up, and other observations around college football, including just how good is this Yukon team. They're number one in the country, and they're coming in here tonight to the CHI Health Center. Nick Baugh joins us next on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
The first time I ever did the Mel Kiper Jr. impression on TV, as though it was part of the draft. They didn't announce it as a comedic bit or anything. He says his name all the time. He does say McShay. He does say McShay, but it's not as funny as saying Todd. And they kept going, Todd. Say your name over and over and over, hit the D hard. Todd.
Yeah, in a way, you've ruined all Todds. How do you feel about that?
Oh, yeah.
The Connor Happer Show, weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Another beautiful spring-like Tuesday afternoon. This evening, temperatures will drop into the 40s. By tomorrow morning, temperatures in the 30s with partly cloudy skies. More clouds filtering in throughout the day, but not stopping us from getting to a high temperature near 60 degrees. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up, it looks like we've got some debris in the road causing delays on westbound I-80 just before the 24th Street exit over in Council Bluffs. Otherwise, a stall has the right shoulder blocked on northbound 680 at the I-80 split. Delays on westbound I-80 between 84th and L Street, on eastbound L Street between 96th and 90th, and a little bit of a delay on westbound 370 just past the JFK. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Omaha Transmission.
You've probably heard about Omaha Transmission saving people money. Call Omaha Transmission and see why people have been recommending them for almost 20 years.
Creighton Sports Update.
Hey, Blue Jay fans, it's basketball season here at Creighton. So get your tickets and come out and support your Blue Jays. For tickets, go to Ticketmaster.com, go Creighton.com/tickets, or visit the ticket office located at Ryan Athletic Center. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
If you're looking for a safe and reliable vehicle to get you through all types of winter weather and more, Baxter Subaru has you covered. Symmetrical all-wheel drive comes standard on nearly all Subaru models and provides you better traction, improved stability, and maximized performance on wet and snowy roads. So hop in the driver's seat of a new Outback, Forester, or Crosstrek now at Baxter Subaru Omaha. Shop our great sales and service deals now during the Subaru A Lot to Love event at BaxterSubaruOmaha.com.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
The needs of modern businesses are always changing, but corporate cards haven't evolved in decades. Until now. Meet Ramp, the all-in-one finance platform that combines corporate cards with spend management software. Ramp is the only card designed to actually help your business spend less, not more. With Ramp, you can set custom controls to stop out-of-policy spend before it even happens. And Ramp software even does expense reports for you. No more manual entries, no more chasing receipts. And with best-in-class accounting integrations, you'll close your books in days, not weeks. Ramp gives you better insights and a real-time view of all company spend, so you can stay focused on the big picture and build a healthier business. Join over 15,000 businesses who have switched to Ramp and start saving an average of 5%. Modern finance runs on Ramp. And now get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. That's ramp.com/sports.
Coffee comes from a plant. Tea comes from a leaf. Kratom comes from a leaf. Kratom may seem new, but it is an all-natural product that has helped people for centuries alleviate discomfort, anxiety, and so much more. At 42 Degrees, we carry the largest selection, highest quality Kratom, so that you can receive all the benefits of Kratom. At 42 Degrees, we care about your health, so ask for our Kratom at any of our multiple locations. For hours and locations, go to 42degrees.com. Buy your mom's house.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
You don't need that cake. I'm going to eat your cake.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Coverage of Creighton and Yukon tonight. Number 15 versus number 1 commences right after the drum is done at 6. And no better way to preview this matchup tonight than with my old partner and the guy you see just about everywhere you turn on your television. He's a Mountain West guy. He's a Big East guy. He's a Big Ten guy. Occasionally you see him on women's games too. It's Nick Baugh. What's up?
Nothing. I mean, you name it. If there's a game, I'm there. Okay. It's Class D, C2, whip girls, boy, I don't care if there's a hoop game. I'm in it. I'm there.
You have been a little bit of everything. Has it been, I know, you get into a rhythm, especially when you cover one league like the Big East, like you've done for a long time. But is there something, I don't know, something different and exciting about kind of moving around a little bit more this year than you have in previous years?
For sure. Like it is fun to all of a sudden dip into the Mountain West and do a handful of games there. I think it helps you have a little bit of perspective on everything. Sometimes we're all victim of that in really anything we do, where we just get caught in our own Big Ten West football world, or for us, Big East basketball world, for Nebraska fans, Big Ten world. And you don't ever really take a good look at everything else that's going on outside of that little world for you. And so it's been fun to get up close and personal and see Colorado State in person, and New Mexico in person, and San Diego State again in person. There is a little bit of stress in that think of all just the natural acquired knowledge you have of the Big East, John, just for doing the games for 10 years. or Big Ten West football, you can be like, yeah, this team reminds me of Kane Coulter and Northwestern a couple of years, like you just have those things in your brain that are a little harder when all of a sudden you're doing a women's Big Ten basketball game or you're doing a Mountain West game. So it's like there's stress that comes with not knowing everything that you know with the league that you cover, but it also is super, super fun and I think educational as like an analyst to kind of see a little bit of everything.
Nick, kind of along those lines, I did want to ask you a random non-Big East, non-Creighton question. That was about Houston. And I'm just curious as to how much you've seen of them this year, because I looked at it in the last actual tournaments that have been played, the last 4, because of course 2020, they made the Sweet 16 every single year. They made the Elite 8 twice, and they made the Final 4 once, and they get a nice win versus Iowa State. I'm just wondering if this is the team that can finally break through and maybe do something that we haven't seen from them in a while.
It's funny, literally, I was just watching, so I have Texas, Kansas this weekend, and I'm kind of diving deep into some Texas prep, and I'm watching Houston, Texas right now. And I've watched 3 or 4 Houston games this year, and watching them again, man, Jamal Shedd, LJ Cryer, they got good guards. They're big and physical in the post. They're old and experienced. And I am one of those guys that does think that Ken Pom matters, and like Ken Pom at least it's not just the end all be all, but it's a pretty good indicator of who's really good and who maybe isn't. And I'm pretty sure Houston has been number 1 at Ken Pom for like 2 straight months. Purdue can have a surge. Yukon can have a surge. Like Houston has remained number 1 at Ken Pom the entire year. Right now, they're number 1 in adjusted defensive efficiency. They're 15th in offense. I think the LJ Cryer, John, we saw him with Baylor last year in the NCAA tournament. He's a good player. I think they're one of those teams. Like, to me, I like Houston. I like Yukon. I like Tennessee. I like Illinois. It's hard for me to not like Kansas, even though they're super flawed, but their 4 best players are really good. But Houston is in that mix of teams, Josh, that like I think is good enough to win the whole thing on paper right now. Really, really impressed with it.
Nick, as we get ready for the game tonight, the question that's been asked here for several weeks, heck, even going back to the first time these two teams played, is this Yukon team better than the one that was playing at the end of last season? And I think that's an important delineation because they had a rough month of January a year ago. But the team that played late February through the NCAA tournament, do you like this current Yukon team better, or did you like last year's end of season national champions better?
I still like last year's end of the season national championship team. It's a hard question because it's like you saw that team go do it, like they did it. And I still feel like Jordan Hawkins, Sanogo, Andre Jackson, like the combination of those 3 guys, in particular Hawkins and Sanogo, I'd lean those 2 guys over if you want to pick Klingon and Newton or whoever the 2 best players that you could have a healthy discussion on that. I mean, you could make a case for Caravan. I mean, Cam Spencer has proven to be indispensable. I still lean the end of last year's squad. I mean, they beat the brakes off of everybody in the NCAA tournament. Like the run they had was fairly unprecedented. I think that what the 2018 Nova team, the Brunson, DiVincenzo group, they kind of hammered everybody by double figures. But what they did in their run, it doesn't happen very often. And so I have a lot of respect for that. So I still lean towards the end of last year, but that certainly doesn't mean that this year's team isn't a well-oiled machine, because they are.
Nick, kind of along those lines, and I guess this is maybe a callback a little bit to the Houston question too. Where does this Yukon team rank amongst the best regular season teams that you've seen since you started calling games, let's say on more of a non-just Creighton level, so over the last about decade? Yeah. Where does this group rank amongst the ones you've seen?
God, it's hard. You go through your Rolodex. I tell people that 2018 Nova team's the best team I've seen. What's crazy is they didn't win the league. Xavier won the league. Isn't that wild? Like, yeah. Yeah, it's just
like last year's Yukon team didn't win the league.
Didn't win the league. I mean, it's just I actually thought that Xavier team was really good when Makira and Blewett. That team was a 1 seed. They got upset by Florida State, but I thought that team was good enough to go to the Final Four. That Xavier team, this Yukon team, man, they're in probably the five or six best regular season teams I've seen. In that. What's unique about them, Josh, is they don't necessarily have just Newton's really good. Don't get me wrong, but Newton isn't necessarily like, the kind of like a Marcus Howard or, a Trey Young, like a guy that is Newton's not going out there and just putting up 35 and absolutely putting on a show. It's more of like this team is truly as good of a 5-as-1 unit as I've seen in quite some time. They operate at such a high level of toughness, efficiency. They execute. They rarely have bad possessions. Like I know Dan Hurley is kind of hilarious on the sidelines with his meltdowns and all this stuff. Like he has done an amazing job because he's acquired talent. But that talent plays tough. That talent plays unselfish. That talent plays with purpose. They execute. Like they run really good half-court offense in terms of X's and O's. But this Yukon team, it may not have like that. I don't know if there's anybody on this team that we're going to be looking at like 5, 6, 7 years down the road and being like, Tristan Newton's an all-star in the NBA or Donovan Klingen's an all-star in the NBA. I don't know if you have that, which makes this team unique. But it also kind of makes him special, too.
Nick Baugh joining us here as we're previewing Creighton Yukon tonight. Whether it's just an overall facet of the game from a team perspective or a one-on-one matchup tonight, which matchup is toughest for Creighton tonight?
Oh, man. Caravan is problematic at that 4 spot with his versatility. Mason Miller and Trout and those guys have just had a hard time defending at times at that spot. Stephon Castle, those big, strong wings are typically tough for Creighton. Kalkbrenner on paper is obviously very well suited to handle a guy like Donovan Klingen or Samson Johnson. I think the totality of UConn's strength and pressure on the ball across the board is the number one ththing I'll be watching for. Because if you try to remember that first game, Creighton was so pressed out. They had a hard time just entering offense. Just hitting the wing to get there, in whatever action they wanted to get into. And UConn has a way of getting you off schedule, because there's a rhythm to offense. It's got to be hit the wing, pop, hit, swing, down screen, whatever, there has to be some rhythm to that. And UConn just had Creighton pressed out of rhythm. And so really, it's all those matchups, but I flip it. I'm more worried about how Creighton can score against UConn than I am necessarily Creighton defending UConn. I know that may sound weird, and that's not meant to be a shot at UConn's offense because they're the 3rd ranked offense and according to KenPom, but this game to me is way more about Creighton's ability to handle the pressure from UConn and get good shots than it is on the other side of the floor. In my opinion.
And as bad as it may have looked on television, sitting right there and having it happen right in front of you, it felt like 6-on-5. That's how good they were. It's why Kalkbrenner only took 5 shots. They could not enter the ball to him at all.
No. Yeah, it's and there's been other games that have looked like that. UNLV pressed Creighton out. Colorado State kind of pressured Creighton out of stuff a little bit. Villanova has. Marquette did down the stretch of the game in Milwaukee. So they've proven to be a little bit prone to that. But I do think Stephen Ashworth feels like he's in a different place right now than where he was when they first played UConn. So I think that's going to make a big difference. Obviously, at home, you're typically going to operate with a little more comfort offensively. I think Creighton's playing excellent offensively right now. That's why I think you look the trend. Creighton has typically played UConn well. since UConn's joined the Big East. I like where Creighton's at offensively. Like, I think Creighton's got a great opportunity tonight to win this game.
Nick, I did want to ask you a Creighton-specific question because they are 10-5 now in league play, and all 10 of the wins have come in 3 chunks. They won 4 straight at the start of calendar year 2024, 3 straight after that, lost to UConn that we were just talking about, and now they're on a current 3-game winning streak right now. Why have they turned into, for lack of a better term, a bit of a streaky team in league play? Is this on them? Is it the schedule, combination of the two?
Probably a combination of the two. I think for me, I'm more like, to me, there's a cut of what happened after, I think it was after that UConn game, to this team's offense, where the first 7 games of Big East play, Creighton was averaging around 67 or 68 points per game. The last 8 games or 10 games, whatever it is, I had the note for my pod I did yesterday. They're averaging about 87 points per game. And so, to me, that's where it's flipped. And I think a lot of that is Stephen Ashworth. I mean, I think Stephen has started to make shots. Stephen is starting to be better in pick and rolls, finding Kalkbrenner and making decisions. He was always not turning it over, but now I think he's really seeing things in ball screens and making reads. So for me, I think it's more about, Josh, like, this team has found itself offensively. Because even like, I don't know, like you look at like their losses, 99-98 against Butler at home. Like, that was one of those games. I don't know how it was for you guys. Like, I took off my headset and I was like, I don't know. Like, I actually thought Creighton played pretty good. Butler played incredible. That happens in basketball sometimes. Even the game at Providence, Creighton I thought, had that game in control at one point, either at the end of regulation or in overtime. But then Devin Carter just went kind of nuclear on everybody. And Josh Oduro had the best game of his season. So I say that to say, like, even though Creighton lost, I didn't walk away from that Providence game on the road or the Butler game at home feeling like Creighton didn't play well. So I feel like there's been this slow, steady, consistent ascension of playing well, where I didn't actually, there were some stretches where I didn't feel like Creighton, even though they won, I don't know if they necessarily played all that well, whether it's St. John's at home, Providence at home. There were some games where they won the game, but I left kind of like, man, that wasn't the cleanest thing I've ever seen, where it's now it's kind of the other way. Even when they've lost games, I still feel like I like where this team is trending towards.
Nick, Mack has had better scorers. He's had better defensive guys. He's had better facilitators, passers. He's had better rebounders. But has he ever had a more complete player that mixes all of those elements together than Baylor Shireman?
Yeah, that's a great way to frame it. And when you go just through your brain, it's hard to say, because the first thing that comes to mind is like, oh, you think he's better than Doug? It's like, well, no. And that's not how you ask the question. You know what I mean? Like, it's when you take everything into consideration, like, you could make a very good case that Baylor Shireman is the most well-rounded player Creighton has had under Greg McDermott. That is the perfect way to put it. And I can't believe how much he's improved. I saw it right away when I saw him in the preseason. He looked like the most improved player to me. He changed his body. I think that allows him to get all the way to the basket more. I mean, the guy's had 3 or 4 or 5, like, holy crap, in traffic, over people dunks that I'm not sure he would have even attempted a year ago. No, John, it's like, is Marcus Foster just a better go get a bucket guy? Probably. Yeah. Probably. But they're averaging about the same amount of points. Like, Baylor's still getting a lot of points here. You say there's been better rebounders, but it's like,
that's true. I don't know. I mean, was Echenike a better rebounder? I mean,
it's like he just doesn't, he doesn't look like how you think a rebounder would look like. No. It's just as different. But you look every game, it's like, he had 9, he had 11, he had 8. Like, And the way he passes the ball, yeah, that's a perfect way to put it. Like, there have been guys, Maurice Watson's a better passer, Ethan Rogge's a better shooter, on and on. Doug McDermott's the best all-around scorer. But like, when you take it all into account, he might be the best player Creighton's had under Greg McDermott, which is just that feels like hyperbole, but I don't know where you guys stand on it. I think right now he's in the front runner to be the Big East Player of the Year. I think you talked about it again yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. You guys revisited that conversation.
I still think it's Devin Carter, but the more this season is happening like it is, and Shireman's on this tear right now where he's doing everything, it's hard for me not to think that Shireman shouldn't be in that conversation.
Well, and I'm sure you wouldn't mind. Ed Cooley agrees with you. I asked him at Shooter, I said, who's the Player of the Year? And he looked at me and gave me that. He was like, Devin Carter. Not even close, so I think, and that's like, if Carter, to me, like, Newton wins it, I get it. Like, he's the most important player on the number one team in the country. They're looking like they're going to win the league going away, like, even Kolek, like, all of Kolek's numbers are better. Points per game, rebounds, field goal percentage, 3-point percentage, everything is up. It's just, we're a little like, we've seen the Tyler Kolek movie and we're like, I mean, come on, and the other thing that's hard about, like, comparing Devin Carter's situation to Tristan Newton's situation is just like apples and oranges. Carter has to do everything and take all the shots and do all this stuff, where Newton has this like machine around him that he just kind of has to like make sure everything is humming properly. But the thing that'll be interesting to me, I am one of those guys. Now, I'm not like the best player on the best team always has to win the NFL MVP, the NBA MVP, the Heisman, all that stuff. But I do think winning should matter on some level. And how the standings shake out, like, can Devin Carter be the Player of the Year if Providence finishes 5th or 6th? It hasn't happened in 10 years. There's been a couple of 4th place guys, Chris Dunn, Mamo Kalashvili. Like, there's been a couple of dudes that have won the Player of the Year and been on the 4th place team. But more often than not, it's been the 1st or 2nd place team. So we'll see what happens. But I just think I think Shireman's in that conversation, man. I think he is right there.
Nick, one more from me. Now you were up close and personal to one of these, so maybe you're a bit biased, but what has the better John Bishop drops? Is it last year against Baylor, or is it earlier this season? Evan Burrows, you suck. What's better?
It's gotta be slowed up. It's gotta be slowed up.
Nick, I got a story. All right, so Saturday, Creighton gets the final rebound. They're up, 18, whatever it is. And Trey gets a rebound and the game's over. And I say something about, and Mac is holding his hands out and he's saying, all right, that's it, boys. And 2 seats down, Rob Anderson does slow it up. And so I say, slow it up. And Mac overhears it. Creighton gets a 10-second count. And then I start going after Mac, who's right in front of me, saying, he's got 10 seconds. He's got to get in the front court. So I almost think that slow it up cost Creighton a turnover that they shouldn't have had on Saturday.
Well, I mean, one turnover and a blowout is totally worth having the hilarity that it has provided for everybody. The good thing about the slow it up thing is like the sandwich that it's in the whole call of it.
Yeah. It's so funny. Yeah. What's going on, baby?
Boom, boom. It was boom it. What's going on, baby? I've never said what's going on, baby, in reaction to anything in my life. The only time in my entire time on earth I've ever said what's going on, baby, when something happened was Ryan Nemhard's 3 against Baylor. I don't, it's just, and then you're slowing up. It just all was so.
Well, but mine was in response to you. So I'm just playing off you because you say you got to slow it down now. And so I say, and slow it up. And then instantly, boom, pass to the corner, shot goes up. It's like they completely blew up our analysis. And then.
Yeah. I just remember sitting on the bus with you, John, after the game in Denver. and you pulled up the call and you and I were looking at each other like, what did we do? What happened there? Like, I don't know.
out-of-body experience.
Yeah, it truly was. It truly was. No, so I'm going slow it up. Slow it up.
All right. Well, I got so many. I'm just glad I can contribute to the Schick and Nick podcast on a semi-regular basis.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All right, Nick Baugh, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to be on Westwood 1 here coming up soon, Texas and Kansas. And look for him on Fox Sports 1. He's got Xavier and Marquette coming up. I really look forward to anytime I can hear Nick on the call when I'm not doing the game myself. So good luck, and I know we will reconvene at some point this season.
Oh, we will reconvene. We will, my friend. Thank you guys for having me on. Okay, appreciate you.
And don't forget, Nick's got his own podcast where there's a lot less laughing going on. You can check it out wherever you. There it is, the Nick Baugh podcast. The Nick Baugh podcast brought to you by Yeti.
Yeti, how about a big time sponsor? I'm getting the big dog.
It should be. All right, Nick, have a good one. Thanks.
You guys.
That's Nick Baugh, and when we come back, Josh is going to debut his new 2024 college baseball segment, Wooden Bats and Rubber Hats. You had to be with us yesterday to understand what that means. Next on 1620 The Zone.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
When it comes to concrete repair, Everlevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with Everlevel is a slam dunk. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
Taking care of ourselves goes beyond exercise, eating right, and living a healthy lifestyle. Age is inevitable, but the effects of aging don't have to be. Hair loss, loss of libido or ED, anxiety, worsening mood. If you're checking off one or more of these, there's a place to go for simple, low-key solutions. Hims.com. If you want to regrow your hair, have better sex, or tackle anxiety and depression, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to Hims.com and do something about it. Hims is made for guys like us. Even if your problems aren't all the time, Hims can help. The whole process is online. With Hims, there's no doctor's office visits or trips to the pharmacy. Hims provides solutions that work with proven ingredients like minoxidil. Plus, Hims fits into your lifestyle. Once you start, the process is surprisingly simple. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/start. That's hims.com/start for your free online visit. HIMS.com/START. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Shop Woodhouse Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram during Ram Truck Month and save on the entire lineup of heavy-duty trucks. Like the powerful and capable new Ram 3500 with an array of safety and tech features that will take your driving experience to the next level. Right now, get up to $15,500 off MSRP on our lineup of 2024 Ram 2500s and 2024 Ram 3500s. The most advanced Ram heavy-duty pickups ever. Get started today at WoodhouseCDJRBellevue.com or WoodhouseChryslerJeepDodge.com to find your next truck. Based on standard and available features offered with approved credit, tax title license extra. Woodhouse discount of $3,644. Manufacturer incentive of $9,856. $1,000 for qualifying trade and $1,000 with finance through Chrysler Capital. $299 doc fee due at signing. Offer expires 2/29/24. See dealer for details.
This year, Dell Technologies wants to help you do amazing things with their best tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 13 Plus, powered by Intel Core processors, and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Wood bats and rubber hats.
Wood bats and rubber hats. That's what we do. And now Josh Pearson gonna talk to you.
Hell yeah, I am.
About baseball.
Baseball.
College baseball.
You really did not have a lot of time to put that on.
Wooden bats and rubber hats.
You really didn't have a lot of time to put that
Wow,
together, did you,
Nick?
Nick?
I have to edit videos now, and I do that in the morning instead of at
I
night because
see.
otherwise I
I
would
see.
be here late.
I see. I understand. I'm not criticizing it. I'm not criticizing
That sounded like a bit of a criticism.
No.
I understand there's room for improvement, but
Yeah.
I got us something out, and I had it ready to go.
No,
he took it out.
Listen,
John.
Very few times should the intro or the open to a show be better than the show itself. You know,
So what's our excuse?
Like the theme. Well, yeah, good point. You know, great television themes should also be accompanied by great television shows.
Yeah.
I
Ooh, a
think,
dumb debates question. Which theme is awesome, but the show sucks?
Ooh.
All right, save that. We'll
Yeah,
try
we'll
to
do that
remember
tomorrow.
it for tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed. Nick, write that on the list so we don't forget about
so
it
Nick,
tomorrow.
I would say this: your open will likely be commensurate with the quality of this
come
segment.
on. Here
Sad.
we go. It's time. You know, I tweeted about this segment earlier, John.
Yes, I know.
Wooden bats and rubber hats.
Yes.
And I will have you know that it got 1 retweet, 14 likes, and 4 replies.
Wow.
You're starting to hear people talk about this segment more and more. Speaking of people and what they're talking about, John, the more that you go out into the real world, you're starting to hear people ask a very particular question about a very particular college baseball team. Nick,
And that is, will Creighton break 30 this year?
they definitely don't ask that, but big,
No? Okay.
strong men with muscles,
Vince McMahon.
they come up to you with their tears in their eyes and they say, sir. Well, they say that to me. They don't say that to you, John. They say, do you care to comment? And of course I care to comment because this is the segment formerly known as Baseball Just Joshin'. And now it's called Wooden Bats and Rubber Hats. John, you know today's topic. Tell the folks what the topic is today in Wooden Bats and Rubber Hats.
It had something to do with something in the South. So in other words, you know, Josh, very comfortable with this topic.
Okay, guess a team, John. Who do you think I'm talking about today?
Let's see. I'm going to say, let's go with Vanderbilt.
Wrong, you absolute moron.
Oh, jeez.
It's the overrated Florida Gators. John,
Overrated?
You look
Gator
around.
up.
You look around. No, they say chomp chomp, Nick. You look around the country,
Gator
John,
up.
in America, and you know what you will find?
What?
You'll find teams that have won game, at least one game. Nebraska won. Creighton won. Yes. UNO didn't win. Let's get back to the
And
topic
no
at
UNO.
hand. But teams won, John. That's
Yeah.
what teams do.
Yeah.
Well, Florida apparently didn't get that memo. Have
Oh.
you seen this? Have you heard about this? They entered the season ranked number 2. And instead, that's what they did on the baseball field this weekend. Perhaps, John, Rick Pitino could get some inspiration from his baseball program because the Red Storm went on the road. They went to Gainesville, where I assume it was nice and sunny. And
Well, it was a night game, so it was dark.
all right. They
Dark and sunny.
they led the number 2 team in the country 7-0 after 2.5 innings. That's a football score, and that was the score at the baseball field in Gainesville.
Tough look.
They go on to win the first game 9-5, and John, Florida would never get revenge the entire weekend. Is that because they lost 2 more? Or is it because weather canceled the other 2 games? Well, it's one of those 2 options, but that's what happened, and now they are still 0. And so what matters is that the big, strong men want my comment. So big, strong men with tears in your eyes, here is my comment in the first ever Wooden Bats and Rubber Hats. Florida sucks!
Okay. Well, that's a bold take right out of the chute,
Yeah.
friends. So those of you hoping to do the Gator Chomp or seeing Jack Caglione make another appearance, and of course Kevin O'Sullivan, the richest paid coach in college baseball, make an appearance in Omaha. Josh Peterson basically saying not going to happen.
They're not making it. Well, I'm not going to guarantee that, but yeah, they.
Well, you said they haven't won.
Well, they have. Are they winless, John?
They are winless.
Bingo, man, they're horrible. That sucked to be a Gator fan. Nebraska has more win than the number 2 Florida Gators. What a sport college baseball is. It's why they just cancel games. Cancel culture running amok.
Well, I mean, Creighton did get a game canceled in which they were leading 25-2. So, I mean, it has happened before.
The Stinger's not very good, Nick, when it's just the whole open all over again. Yeah.
College baseball.
I'll workshop it.
All right. Well, hey, we got time.
I mean, you could just literally just use the instrumental as the tag out instead of replaying the open.
Yeah, I could.
Yeah, that'd be very simple.
Like I said, it needs workshopped.
Why don't you come in here on Sunday? You wanted to make any videos on Sunday and get a little work done, Nick?
Just come in on Sunday and work.
Just come in on Sunday.
And if you want an explanation as to why this new Josh Peterson College Baseball Insight is named Wooden Bats and Rubber Hats, check out yesterday's crossover. It explains everything.
With the same name.
I told Riss about this segment this morning, and I told her about why we discussed wooden bats and rubber hats, and all she could do was shake her head at me.
Yeah.
Just dudes being dudes.
Hell yeah.
Was the segment entitled Here We Go with Wooden Bats and Rubber Hats?
Great question,
no, it
Nick.
was not. My bad.
Should have been.
Yeah. You know who loves wooden bats and rubber hats?
Steve Sipple.
That's the one.
He's coming up next. As we are now on court. We're on court now.
Wow, look at you got down so fast. You run so fast.
I did. I moved
Court
very,
boy, that's what we
very,
call
very
him.
quickly.
Yep.
Very, very quickly. You can see the white and blue pom-poms behind
John,
me.
you gonna steal any?
No.
Pom-pom. John, take a pom-pom.
I don't need my son will be here tonight. He'll have a white pom-pom.
Okay.
So he can bring one home for me.
Interesting.
Sip next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up, we've got a crash blocking the left lane on eastbound 370 at 114th. It's causing stop-and-go traffic back to at least 144th. If you're east on I-80, slow going from 72nd to 60th. Same goes if you're west on I-80 between 480 and 60th. Delays on L Street for both directions between 36th and 24th. And then on westbound Dodge between 78th and 90th and between 680 and 120th on westbound Dodge. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Come on, when was the last time you had your Fernando's fix? It doesn't get any better than lunch, dinner, carry-out, even catering from Fernando's. Get your Fernando's fix. 114th and Dodge, 75th and Pacific, and FernandosOmaha.com.
Lanahaw Nurseries has been your dependable full-service source for locally grown trees, plants, and landscape materials. Rooted in tradition, our products and services are consistently ranked best of Omaha in quality and value. From design to install, our experts are here to help bring your landscape vision to life. Start your next project this weekend. Visit us at 192nd and Center, Lanahaw Nurseries, your homegrown headquarters since 1974.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
If you're having problems in the bedroom, talking about it is the last thing you want to do. Same goes for hair loss, anxiety, or even depression. That's where HIMS comes in. Through HIMS, you don't have to talk about it. You can do something about it. Just go to hims.com/start, where you can find a variety of potential solutions for the problems men face every day, and save up to 95% on generic alternatives. The entire process is 100% online, making it incredibly simple, straightforward, and above all, private. If prescribed, treatments made using clinically proven ingredients are shipped directly to your door in low-key packaging. So if you're experiencing ED, hair loss, anxiety, or problems with your general health, you don't have to go to the doctor, the pharmacy, or spend all day talking about it. Just go to hims.com/start and do something about it. Get started today at hims.com/start. That's HIMS.com/START.
Get in zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Get ready. This week, Staples has deals so good, you're going to want to sit down. Are you sitting? I'll wait. Great. Right now, during Staples Sit-a-thon, you can save up to $180 on select chairs. That's up to $180 off desk chairs, up to $180 off computer chairs, and up to $180 off gaming chairs. So hurry into Staples now for the Staples Sit-a-thon and grab a seat or two. Ends 3/2. In-store only. See associate for details.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
You know, last week we were able to add the picture of Sip in his box of donuts. Now, I'm kind of looking forward to these new pictures we get of Sip. I'm just going to keep adding to the collage here on the graphic, the Stephen M. Sipple graphic. So I look forward to the next great picture we catch of Sip in the wild.
Oh, yeah.
Either standing next to a garbage can, holding a box of donuts.
Pointing at his takes.
Maybe helping a cat out of a tree.
Oh, wow, he's a hero.
Or helping an old woman cross the street.
Or calling producers the wrong name.
Oh,
wait, what?
Interesting. Sipple, what did you call young Nick?
Josh.
Wow. I don't know if I should be offended or if Nick should feel complimented.
I have it in my phone as Josh Producer. I don't know why.
It's not even close to my name.
Well, I mean,
Sip.
there is a producer named Josh who does call him.
There is.
I used to call him from that same phone number.
Which is why it's probably labeled that way, right, Sip?
Right.
Why don't you just make it 1620 The Zone?
Good question.
I'm going to make it Nick. No, I can't make it Nick because I'll do the same thing.
Yeah, you could just name it 1620 The Zone.
Now, wait a minute. If that's the same line, like when you're on with the morning show, is the same thing show up? That it's producer Josh?
It must. Yeah, it must.
Fascinating.
Yeah, not all that fascinating. What do you think? What do you think tonight? Yukon by 12.
Wow, Sip coming in hot. Unbelievable. Yukon by 12, you say?
Just to spark it up a little bit.
Yeah. Are you going to be watching tonight, Sip?
I am. 7:30 FS1.
Whoa, Sip, it's college basketball. Is everything okay?
Yeah, everything. No, it's not okay. What do you think? But it's good enough for me to watch the game.
Wow.
I say that in jest. I do. I'm interested in a lot of it. I'm interested in it because I seldom schedule my night around the game, but I'm doing it tonight.
Wow.
I'm impressed, Sip. I'm very impressed.
You're turning over a new leaf.
I'm a McDermott fan. I don't mind saying that. I am. I like the way. I like his coaching style.
I know.
I like the way they play.
So much so that Sip, you even dedicated a small section of one of your recent columns to who should get the Ohio State job.
He'd be magnificent in that role. I wonder, though. I know he has that house in Arizona. I wonder about that ASU job. If that pops open, what happens there? I'd watch that one. I would. I'm not. I don't say that lightly. I think I would watch that.
Hey, speaking of things you wrote, Sip, this really jumped off the page to me, and I know that John is going to shake his head in disagreement. Spring ball begins March 24th. It can't get here soon enough.
It can't. It can't get here soon enough. I mean it. It'll be a good spring, and it'll just be a good spring in terms of just new players. I mean, there's so many new players.
Well, it's like that every spring. There's new players.
No, there's not 23 newcomers ever. I mean,
I think there were more than 23 newcomers last year. There were a lot of newcomers last year.
Okay, I'm not doing a good job because here's what's happening. I'm getting
sell me on this because you got a lot of work to do if you're talking spring football.
I got some work to do. I mean, true freshmen, early enrollees. Let's put it that way. So when you talk about early enrollees, I think it's 16. I think that's the number. It's a crazy number.
I mean, that's a long-winded way of saying Dylan. Why can't we just narrow it down to the most common and probably the likely answer? It's about Dylan, isn't it? We all want to see Dylan. We want to see Dylan in areas other than sitting next to Trev Alberts at basketball games waving at people. We'd like to actually, maybe see him with a football in his hand and a Husker helmet.
That's a long way of saying Dylan. It is. Now, also you have the transfers. Isaiah Nayor and Jamal Banks.
Mr. Banks.
And the lot. Dante Dowdell. Those are the ones I'm most interested in, so I named them.
Okay.
So, no, it's much more than usual. And some of it is the transfer portal has added to the allure of spring. To me, it's more, it's that, and then it's just football. I mean, I just like writing about football.
Hell yeah.
But I do think there'll be some basketball. There's going to be a lot of basketball for you guys and everybody to talk about coming up here.
Hey, Sip, question for you about Dylan, but from the other player's perspective. Do you think that guys are going to get really annoyed getting asked a million questions about how Dylan Raiola looks at spring practice?
That's a good question. I think, I mean, if it's not handled properly, I guess, yeah. I think that you can do it. I don't know how. I'm trying to think on my feet, even though I'm sitting in a parking lot. You don't want to bombard the other guys with it. Maybe you can do it in a subtle manner sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Example. You're talking to Ben Scott about. You can ask about the offensive line, how it's coming together. You can ask him about the offense. You can ask him about his season last year and what he expects this year. And at the end of the interview, you might just throw in, "Hey, how's that Raiola? How's Raiola look? What's that picture look like?" You don't have to hit him with it right over the head every time. Hit a player with it over the head. So yeah, I think that's a great question, and I do think it could get annoying for everybody if it's not handled right.
We were talking earlier, Sip. Matt Rule did an interview with Tom Chattel recently. Tom has been kind of parsing out some of the stuff that he shared. And in today's column, it seemed like Matt Rule is wanting to back away from playing power conference opponents in the non-conference schedule. And part of the rationale is, hey, our league's getting tougher, and this is going to be about eventually positioning yourself for the playoff. Are you okay with that philosophy? I mean, Nebraska's basically had the same scheduling philosophy through many coaches, many athletic directors for as long as I can remember. But this would seem to be a departure from that. What do you think?
You're going to kill me, but you kind of blanked out. So what was this is a scheduling philosophy changed by Rule?
Yes. Here, let me go back. I'll just read you a little bit of what he said with Tom. He said, let's see. I want to make sure I get the best quotes here. In a year where you hope to play 15 or 16 games, why would you elect to play a really tough game early? Tom then supposes that after playing Colorado this year and Cincinnati next year, that some of those non-conference dates against Tennessee, Arizona, Oklahoma, and Oklahoma State could probably go away. Rule's quote, college football is going to be all about getting to the playoff, getting to the tournament. Then it's how do I get there and have a home playoff game? I would like to play local Division I teams. We're playing Northern Iowa next year. Those kids are from our region. Those kids maybe grew up watching Nebraska.
Oh, I'm now. I got to tell you. all right, I got to be careful of that. I just don't try to appease everybody here. I've always been inclined towards softer non-conference. I don't, especially when Nebraska moved to the Big Ten. I think you would find I'm consistent in that way. Your Big Ten schedule is it's a brutal march. I mean, it's just a hard schedule. And even in those years where we kind of perceive it as easier, it's not that easy. So I don't mind. I do think it's sort of ridiculous scheduling a big time, especially for Nebraska right now, scheduling some big time opponent. Now, again, I wasn't supportive of what Frost tried to do.
You're talking about the Oklahoma game?
Yeah, I mean, it was ridiculous. Now, that was going way too far in the conversation. And if the schedule's set and there's an opponent there, you play it. But I think again, I think you handle this in a subtle manner and not be overt about it as an AD and a head coach at Nebraska. You just do it. I wouldn't announce my intentions the way Rule did. I would just kind of go about it, behind the scenes. We don't need to be overly aggressive with our non-conference scheduling now. It's just not. If that's your philosophy, I don't know that I would trumpet it. I would just do it.
Would you classify what Nebraska has done in the non-conference as aggressive? Because I certainly wouldn't.
Well, I'm trying to think what year. I mean, when they were playing Oklahoma, it was pretty aggressive, right?
Well, but that was also scheduled many years in advance. And, that's the other thing about college football that's different from like basketball is they schedule a lot of these things well in advance, especially these bigger series.
No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't been. I'm trying to think back now. You got to help me here with this. I mean,
you got to go back to the 80s and 90s when you would see times where you would have 2 or 3 power conference schools on a schedule. But typically the pattern has been you get one power conference school, home and home, and then the other 2 are filled up with either, group of 5 or a combination of group of 5 and FCS schools like Northern Iowa.
Yeah, I'd stay pretty much in that group of 5 FCS range if it were me, especially right now. Now, if you get to where you're it's a very nuanced discussion to me. If you return to powerhouse status, if you're knocking on the Michigan level and the Ohio State level and I guess the Oregon level and I guess even the Penn State level, I would be a little more aggressive. But as you're building, and you're trying to get back, let's put it that way, then I would be less aggressive. Yeah, I would be. I don't.
But the interesting thing in how Rule couches it, he's not talking about this in terms of we've got to do this because we're building a program. He's talking about it in this league is tough enough as it is. Right. We don't need to play anyone tougher in the non-conference because we want to put ourselves in the best spot to make the playoff. So he's talking about postseason conversation. This has nothing to do with, hey, we're just little old Nebraska and we're just trying to make our way in the world. This is more about thinking, hey, we need to kind of game the system here because we need to put ourselves in the best spot to make a playoff.
Yeah, he's thinking strategically, and I am too. I mean, he is pure. He is thinking strategically. I am in a sense too. I think even if you do get powerful, you're still a little careful. Like I don't know if I'm Ohio State, if I'm going. I don't know why they would have. Like if they've gone out to Oregon in the non-conference. Don't. Why? You don't need to do that. Nebraska did. Nebraska wasn't. We weren't talking about a playoff situation with Nebraska then. But Matt's right. He's right. I mean, you don't need to do it, and I wouldn't advocate it.
Sip, how much do season ticket holders matter in this discussion?
That's a great question. That's a really good question. It matters less if you're
Big Ten TV money.
No, it matters less if you're taking that stadium down to 65. In 65,000, or if they're talking about 70, I guess it matters less then. But it would matter even less if you keep going down, which I would advocate. I'd go down to 65 if you could. But no, Josh, that matters. That absolutely matters. But you can get good regional teams in here that don't take you out of maybe a game. You might play some opponents that you worry about the next week too. You can find teams in the region, Wyoming. I'd even say Kansas State. I'd say Iowa State that aren't going to beat you up too bad if you lose. So that's how I do it. I mean, I just think, and I don't mean that. It's just all about the Big Ten to me. And it's not only just about the Big Ten and how good it is, it's how physical it is. That's largely what it's about to me. We've seen it. It beats you up. And you guys can say, oh, come on, Purdue, Northwestern. Yeah, those teams they hit you. They're physical. Those teams were physical. Think about, just close your eyes and think about the Purdue game and the hits in that game, particularly from those two defensive ends, but not in a safety that lowered the boom on Heinrich. The hits in the Big Ten, the physicality in the Big Ten is much different than, for instance, the Big 12. Much different. And that's largely why I say what I do.
Sip, how closely are you watching this women's basketball lawsuit?
Well, it's hard not to watch it closely. I mean, I don't know that from here what the developments would be. I mean, it's the most interesting part is happened. The filing of the lawsuit in U.S. District Court, and then sometimes I laugh when I'm nervous, and when you talk about this, when you read that lawsuit, it's if you're Trev Alberts, if you're a regent, if you're the president of they don't have one right now. If you're a chancellor, if you're Amy Williams, it's got to be nerve-wracking. I mean, it's nerve-wracking among other things. It's embarrassing. It's a gigantic story.
Is it one where you think that someone could lose their job over it?
Sure. I mean, I think, yeah. I mean, if I'm not saying that I have all the information, but there could be information that comes out that would lead to that for sure. Yeah.
Sip, to try to end on a bit of a happier, more fun note. Again, not to keep bringing up Chattel columns, but I did see this quote from Matt Rule last week, and it made me think.
Get Chattel on.
But it made me think of you, and so I wanted to get your take because he said, "This is Matt Rule. We have dogs and a cat, no chickens or anything like that. I try to stay as focused on football as I can." I wonder if you thought that was a shot across the bow at you.
Or Trixie. I don't know that. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. No chickens. Chickens don't really affect your focus,
right?
Well, first of all, how many people have chickens anyway?
That's why I think
farmer?
It's a shot at simple.
No, there's more than you think. There's more than you think. It's a thing. Yeah,
so the chicken owning community is bigger than I think?
Yeah, it is. I'm thinking right now in my immediate neighborhood, I know of 2 people, and there used to be 3. In fact, the neighbors across the alley have chickens. And then in another neighborhood that I'm in a lot, that there's huge. It's right in the middle of town, John. It's over by Lincoln Northeast. There's quite a gaggle. I'd say 9 to 10 chickens in the yard at times.
Wow, I thought I thought I was living in the big city.
You are.
Doesn't sound like it. I don't have any chickens in my neighborhood.
It's a thing in the city too. That's the thing, and I don't think it's exclusive to Nebraska. I think I haven't read about it. I don't get Better Homes and Gardens magazine or anything like that. But I think that it seems like I've heard anecdotal evidence that it's a thing.
Yeah, by the way, Sip, we just got a tweet from someone who says at least 2 of my neighbors have chickens, and I just got a text. Weirdly, we have 4 friends not counting Sipple that have chickens. How about that? A lot of chickens in the world.
Okay.
More anecdotal evidence.
Jerry says there's a ton of chicken people in Omaha as well. A ton. I like Popeyes.
My mom had chickens for a while.
There you go.
Yeah, but didn't you grow up on a farm, Nick?
Well, yeah, but it wasn't a chicken farm, John. She just wanted chickens.
Well, yeah, but I think of chickens being, on a farm in the rural areas. But I didn't think that people were keeping them as pets. I assume, is it just for? I mean, what kind of a pet does a chicken make?
They're very affectionate.
Good. You'd be surprised.
Affectionate.
Yeah, chickens are affectionate.
Really?
They are. But yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, they.
Huh.
My mom had one that would just perch up on her shoulder.
Wow.
I mean, let's put it this way: when they see my truck, they come run. They know.
Wow.
They know.
Come a running chicks! Don't you hear that noise?
Aaron texts in Sipple says, "Tell Sip chickens suck. I had them growing up. You aren't a real one until you have a damn pig. Chickens are dumb as hell and woof. Do not miss them at all. Lots of people have chickens. They just suck ass." Aaron, very opinionated on owning chickens.
That's harsh.
The chickens when Sip comes home from work.
Hey, Daddy's home. Lick, lick, lick.
They don't.
They don't lick.
No, they're low maintenance. I don't think they suck. They don't. I mean, the problem with chickens that you have is it's very simple to me. It's perilous because if like this time of day is a time of peril when the sun's going down and the foxes come out and whatever else comes out, and you got to get them in. You can't let them roam around too much longer. It's 5:14 right now.
Yep.
By 6:30, you better have them locked up, or there could be. We've seen massacre. We've seen a chicken massacre in our yard.
That explains why there's no chickens in our neighborhood. We have foxes.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the proliferation of foxes is a factor in this whole discussion.
I need to tell those foxes, hey, you're camping in the wrong neighborhood. You need to head up to Sip's place. That's where that's where all the food is.
Oh my gosh. Don't want another massacre, John.
This is starting to sound like the recent episode of Curb with the coyotes and the dogs.
Indeed it is.
Coyotes are a huge problem. They are. I mean, they're more vicious. They can do a lot more damage.
Steve Sipple, ladies and gentlemen. You can find this in the latest edition of Better Homes and Gardens. I used to read my mom's Better Homes and Gardens when I was a little kid, when I was really bored. I don't remember any chicken raising tips in there, but
I think maybe it's more of a recent, I'd say in the last 10 years.
Okay.
Probably last 5, actually.
Makes sense.
It's more of a discussion.
Steve Sipple.
All right, I'm down to Yukon by 7. Yukon by 7.
Yukon by 7.
Yukon by 7. So you still say they cover?
What do you think?
I'm not saying a thing. I think it's going to be very tough. I think it's going to be a very, very tough game. Yukon is super good.
Yeah, I look forward to the game. Thank you, John.
I do too. Steve Sipple.
Bye, Sipple.
Bye, guys. Bye, guys.
Steve Sipple, HuskerOnline.com and Better Homes and Gardens.
Wow.
Chicken connoisseur.
Well, aren't we all chicken? I had chicken for lunch.
I had chicken last night.
I had chicken for lunch, John.
Handshake
Chicken
me.
boys.
Handshake.
My college advisor, she is of the city. She had chickens.
Nice.
Man, I just live in different neighborhoods.
I like dogs.
I never
bark.
More of a dog
I never
person.
see anyone with chickens in our neighborhood.
The worst part about my mom's chickens were wrangling them up. We'd let them roam around, and then toward the end of the day, you have to wrangle them up because, as Sip said, it's a time of peril.
It's like getting a kid to go to bed. It's so difficult. So it's
true.
past your bedtime, chicken.
Like they'd hide under the deck. Like, get out from under there.
Gobble, gobble, gobble.
Well, we are, as you can see, the lights keep changing in here.
Yes.
John blew himself.
They're practicing. They're practicing the pregame. I can hear the students outside in the concourse as they're getting ready to let them in. Should be a pretty lit atmosphere tonight here at the old ballpark.
Literally and figuratively.
It's weird to hear John say lit.
Mm-hmm.
But then he yells at me for using the word clutch.
Well, you're using it wrong. I never heard it used in a sports sense as a verb.
It's
always
what
been
they
an
do in the
adjective.
NASCAR cars, right, John? The clutch?
Well, yeah, you use the clutch to shift the gears.
Especially when you're on a super speedway.
Yeah, going straight.
No. Once you get to top gear, you're not shifting anymore.
Maybe they should just have automatics.
It's not my fault you're out of touch with the youths in our lingo, John.
Well, I've never heard that lingo ever used, even by the youths. Clutch is an adjective.
You need to hang out with more youths.
So I missed this earlier. I think I was yelling at people. Did Nick say like that was clutch?
No, Nick said he clutched a win.
Oh yeah, that's not real.
Yeah, that's not real.
That's not real. Sorry,
I've never heard that phrase ever used. You can describe a clutch basket, but that is an adjective describing the basket, a clutch play.
And
sorry, Nick.
My thing is, and I could acknowledge if I'm wrong in this sense.
Quarter.
But if you knew what I meant anyway, does it matter? Does it matter? If you knew what I meant, does it matter?
Well, yeah, I know what it meant because I've hung around you long enough to know that your broken syntax, I can kind of read through it. It's kind of like if if you never learned how to speak French, but you live in Paris long enough, you kind of pick up some things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to pick up some of your lingo. That doesn't mean your lingo is good.
I never said it was good, but if you knew what I meant, does it matter what road we took to get there? Some people take the highway, some people like the back roads and the view, John.
Okay.
Nice to see you two arguing over something really stupid for once instead of me and Nick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. We'll be back with more from CHI Health Center. We still have some content coming up and also what's for dinner. I think I made a faux pas last night in what's for dinner when I was at home.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
We'll find out later.
On 1620 The Zone.
Previously on the crossover.
We have the Valentino's ice cream.
Oh, he's going to defend it. This is wild. This is wild. This is so gross.
It's not unlike, now I wouldn't eat this regularly, but it's a little like if you threw it in the freezer.
But blended it first.
Probably a little blended, but...
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Another beautiful spring-like Tuesday afternoon. This evening, temperatures will drop into the 40s. By tomorrow morning, temperatures in the 30s with partly cloudy skies. More clouds filtering in throughout the day, but not stopping us from getting to a high temperature near 60 degrees. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the time-saving traffic center, we've got a multi-car crash on eastbound I-80 just before 60th. It's blocking the right shoulder, but causing significant delays at least to L Street. Bring your patience through there. We've also got a wreck blocking the left turn lane on eastbound 370 at 114th. That's causing stop-and-go traffic back to 144th. Otherwise, delays on eastbound I-80 from 680 all the way to 72nd. Delays on westbound I-80 from 42nd to 72nd. And then be ready for some slow going for both directions on Industrial Road around 144th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
Cash Blast from the Nebraska Lottery is back. Up until April 2nd, buy a 2x2 ticket and enter to be one of 14 weekly winners of $5,000 or $500. Details at nelottery.com. 2x2 top prize odds, 1 in 105,000.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
Thursday, February 22nd is your last chance to see Omaha Maverick men's basketball as they gear up for the conference tournament. Join the Maverick men for senior night as they take on Oral Roberts. This is always a classic matchup. Plus, with just 4 home games left, your Omaha Maverick hockey team takes on Colorado College in a top 20 matchup on Friday and Saturday night. Let's pack the Baxter. Get your tickets now by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/ticks.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job right. When you get Duralast pads and rotors together, you'll save 15%. It's just part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct.
We're pretty cool guys.
We are pretty cool guys.
Pretty cool guys.
On 1620 The Zone.
Welcome back to CHI Health Center. I've been hearing the students out in the concourse hooting and hollering. They got some free pizza here a little bit ago from the coaches.
They got za.
They got pizza, yes. And they
Carbs.
enjoyed it. Josh, if it'll make you feel better, and I know it will because you're into, vandalism and rioting. I would say that.
Are they going to do it?
In the event of a Creighton win, I would say your chances of getting what you want is about, I would say 90% right now.
Come on.
Someone got a nick on the face there.
Oh, man.
No, it's not going to be. No, it's not going to be the incarnate word thing. No,
We've
don't
got
worry about that. Don't worry about that.
Everything going on right now.
That's what John's going to be saying at the end of the game. Yeah, come on. It'd be the first ever win over a #1 ranked team. Do it, Creighton fans. Storm the floor. Storm the floor and then run up to John and say, bah!
We still got guys that need to get to the locker room.
Yeah, that's what John will say. We still got guys that need to get to the locker room.
Well, you'll be happy. I think it's about a 95% chance if they get the win. Listen, that's a problem I would like to have tonight, to be honest with you. It'd be a nice problem to have. It'd be a heck of a
John's
feather in the cap.
encouraging it.
I'm not encouraging it. I'm just saying it would be a nice feather in the cap. You realize that a win tonight not only would be the first ever win over a #1 ranked team in Creighton basketball history, it would also be Greg McDermott's 600th victory as a college basketball coach.
That's a lot of victories.
That's a win-win too, John, because then you can tell Coach Mack he's old because only olds can get to 600 wins. See, this is great for all parties. 600 wins, that's incredible.
I guarantee you when that moment happens, and I say congratulations on 600 wins, he'll probably say something to the effect of, well, that just means I'm old. So
Bingo.
He'll beat me to the punch. I won't be able to
beat him to the beating of the punch and just say, hey, coach, you're old.
Something like that.
Just say that straight up. And then I'm like, is there a question in there? And then be like, oh, yeah, the 600 wins. Congratulations.
Just go right up to his face and go like,
oh, that's a good idea. Do the old
that
man
makes
voice.
no
John.
sense.
Hey, Coach Mack, there were players on the floor.
You want some insure?
Did you see this? Did you hear about this, Josh? It's your old buddy, our old buddy,
Bart,
Dave Bartu.
Oh, yeah,
Bart. He's going against you. He quote tweeted you your quote tweet earlier about Tom Chattel and the scheduling and getting rid of some of the tougher non-conference games, and Bartu retweeted and then later reposted it. So not only did he quote tweet it, I'm looking at a repost of his quote tweet of you.
What? So he took a screenshot of his own tweet?
No, he just reposted it.
Oh, okay. Oh,
yeah,
I see what you mean. He
retweeted
his
retweet.
quote
Yeah, he
retweet.
retweeted.
Dang, so he really wanted to crap all over me. Damn, Dave, screw you, bro.
Dave's had been saying this for over a decade and 100% agree with Coach Matt Rule, and he tags Coach Matt Rule, and the numbers absolutely support.
All right, so here's what I will say for the 800th time, because there does seem to be a bit of confusion on my opinion. I understand why it is smart to do.
Sure.
I don't have to like that, though. Here's the thing that I wish Dave would argue for, and others like Dave. Instead of everyone should go to 8 and play easy games, everyone should go to 9 and also play a hard game. That's what I want. I just, again, if a Nebraska fan says, hey, guys, I want the path of least resistance because I want them to make a bowl game and I want a long runway and I want them to go to the playoff, I cannot argue with that logic.
I can't either.
Yeah, I
can't
understand
either.
your point of view.
I understand the point of view.
But if you are looking at the health and the big picture of the sport, and you are removing your fandom hat, which Dave is not approaching this from a fan's perspective. He is approaching this from an analytical perspective.
Yes, he is.
Then I don't know why the thought process in that moment would be, yes, fewer games between good teams.
Where I don't understand the thought process, and it's just who I am, is it feels like you didn't earn it. If you beat an easy team, then yeah, you beat a thing you didn't earn where you are.
But you see, that's the argument, Nick, is especially from these big boy leagues, and I'm looking especially at the SEC and the Big Ten, because the SEC has been doing this for years. Well, I shouldn't say they've been doing this, but some teams have been doing this for years, where they go very easy in the non-conference and they realize, hey, we're from the SEC. If we survive our conference, that's going to be enough to get us into the playoff. The fallacy in all of this is it's outside of like Michigan this year, for example. I'm trying to think back through my mental Rolodex, the last national champion who had a ridiculously easy non-conference schedule. Now, they may have had a non-conference schedule which featured another power school that happened not to be good that year. But in terms of intentionally going out, because remember,
are you saying not Michigan this year?
Yeah, I'm not saying, I'm going before Michigan.
Okay.
And didn't Michigan have they canceled a game, right?
Yeah, they pulled the UCLA game.
Okay, so they canceled UCLA. So they had a power conference school.
Off the top of my head, last year's is in 2022. Last year's Georgia had Oregon. 2021 Georgia had Clemson. The 2020 year doesn't count because of COVID. 2019 LSU had Texas. Let's see, 2018, who won the Natty in 2018? That was Clemson. I believe they had Texas A&M. 2017 was Alabama, and they had Florida State in the opener. So, look at that now. Some of those are neutral site non-conference games, but at the very least, they were attempting to play a really tough game. Now, I will, again, offer the olive branch of, I understand that in a 12-team playoff, we just kind of don't really know what's going to happen, and that is a much different era. And so we are comparing 4 teams to 12, and some of those teams that I just mentioned, John, like LSU, like Alabama, were only playing 8 conference games, whereas some were playing 9 conference games. And so the math is obviously a little bit different. But you are right. You go back further and further in time, and a lot of those champions are going to have a tough team, whether it was on paper. Florida State, for example, I mentioned them when Bama played them in 2017. On paper, that was like a 2 versus 3 game. Florida State was bad that year. Jimbo Fisher left. On paper, though, they attempted to do something very, very difficult on paper.
So I guess I'm just a little confused. And again, is Matt Rule reacting to something that he's hearing, behind the scenes amongst his other fellow coaches, or what? Because you look at the schedules, at least as they are planned right now, just about everyone who we consider, a national title type contender has at least one really good team or perceived to be good team coming up on their non-conference schedule. So unless everyone is just preparing to cancel games willy-nilly left and right, there's something amiss here.
Yeah.
And
I hope that that's not the case, because again, some of the more recent trend has been really good programs putting 2 good non-conference teams on their schedule. And a lot of those are SEC schools that are only playing 8, but you had that list earlier, John. Alabama, there are seasons where they're playing 2. Georgia has taken that same tact as well in future seasons. I believe Florida State has been doing the same thing. USC for years has played 11 power games because they always have Notre Dame, and USC usually has a marquee non-conference game as well. They played Texas. They played Nebraska over the years. They've played Alabama over the years. I believe USC is playing LSU to start off the 2024 season in Vegas, of all places. So, a lot of programs are not doing what Nebraska is going to do moving forward.
Do people not want the chance to, and hypothetically, say Alabama came to Nebraska? Do people not want the chance to say that they beat Alabama? Just like some weird thing happened and Nebraska happened to win.
I think they're scared because if they lose, then it's, we shouldn't have scheduled it. If they win, if you could guarantee it, then people would say, sign me the hell up.
Sure. But if you lose, then it's like, well, it's Alabama.
Yeah,
of course we were going to lose.
They don't want to take the unknown. Yeah.
Well, but again, they're 2 different arguments, because the way that Rule is arguing this, it's about making the playoff. It's not about rebuilding a program or trying to artificially get your way to 9 wins. No, it's about trying to make the playoff. So this isn't this isn't we don't want to play these teams because we're afraid we're going to add more losses to our schedule. Well, that's not true, but it's about making the playoff.
Yeah.
And because the Big Ten and the SEC right now, if you make it through a Big Ten schedule undefeated or with one loss, and I'm talking from this year forward, or you make it through an SEC schedule with no losses or one loss, your chances of making the playoff are 99.9%.
Correct.
Heck, even in some cases with some of those schools, it's 2 losses because now you're talking 12 teams.
Yep.
So that's what they're looking at right now. And instead of challenging themselves and doing it for the betterment of just the entertainment value, it's no, we want to maximize as much as we can. But again, Georgia's not doing that.
Yeah.
Ohio State's not doing that. Alabama's not doing that. They all have other power conference schools on their
Even
future
Michigan.
schedules.
Even Michigan's playing
and
Texas
Michigan,
this
even
next
after
year.
these last couple of years, is
and so
doing
again,
it. Now that doesn't mean they couldn't cancel those games eventually and go to a much easier formula. But for the moment, everyone has somebody good or multiples of somebody good on their non-conference schedule in the future.
Yeah, so again, going back to Dave, I understand why a lot of Husker fans are like, cool, sign me up, I want more wins, because Nebraska fans have been in the wilderness for so many years and they just want to be out of it. I just don't get the mindset of a college football neutral observer saying, yeah, I guess, John, it kind of goes back to baseball, right? Like, we talk about the 3 true outcomes and we talk about the shift. Now, they eventually made changes, but one of the things that I always threw out was like, do coaches, do players, do they have to care about how entertaining the product is? I mean, ultimately, the answer is kind of yes, because their salary is paid for because they're entertaining. But they care about wins and losses, and that's what they care about. And this is just a different version of that. It's less entertainment and it's more guaranteed wins. Just surprised, a large onlooker of the sport would have that same feeling.
Coming up, it's time for some content, and Rick Pitino is doubling down on his comments from Sunday. Also, we did not get to this yesterday, but Bart Scott was not holding back.
So many Barts.
Oh, I can't wait to hear what he had to say, John.
And while Gretna is pining for an NHL team, maybe they should be putting in a call to old Robbie Manfred, because baseball's looking for expansion teams too.
Ping, ping.
No, that's college baseball, and
crack.
That's for next week's wooden bats.
Do the
and rubber
hammer
hats.
noise. That could be the baseball noise.
Nice. I'll get that uploaded.
1620 The Zone.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
Shop Woodhouse Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram during Ram Truck Month and save on the entire lineup of heavy-duty trucks. Like the powerful and capable new Ram 3500 with an array of safety and tech features that will take your driving experience to the next level. Right now, get up to $15,500 off MSRP on our lineup of 2024 Ram 2500s and 2024 Ram 3500s. The most advanced Ram heavy-duty pickups ever. Get started today at WoodhouseCDJRBellevue.com or WoodhouseChryslerJeepDodge.com to find your next truck. Based on standard and available features offered with approved credit, tax title license extra. Woodhouse discount of $3,644. Manufacturer incentive of $9,856. $1,000 for qualifying trade and $1,000 with finance through Chrysler Capital. $299 doc fee to its signing. Offer expires 2/29/24. See dealer for details.
You can find pizza anywhere. But when you want pizza pie, piled high with more toppings, that's when you come to my place, Godfather's Pizza. For a limited time, get your hands on 2 of my large one-topping pizzas. Pick pepperoni, beef, black olives, you choose. All this food for only $30. Feed your whole mob without breaking the bank. Hey, it's an offer you can't refuse. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
Jordan B. Peterson, We Who Wrestle with God Tour.
If you say the truth and nothing else, you'll have an immense adventure as a consequence. You won't know what's going to happen to you, but the truth will reveal the world the way it's intended to be revealed, and the consequence for you will be that you'll have the adventure of your life.
Jordan B. Peterson, live at CHI Health Center, February 22nd. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Put your coffee department in good hands with Host Coffee Service, providing direct delivery and loaned coffee equipment with service programs. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
A lot can happen between falling in love with a house online and owning it, between imagining living there and breathing in your new home for the first time. Having an advocate who can help you navigate the complex world of financing, inspections, negotiating, analyzing the market, and talking through any anxieties that may pop up, that can make all the difference. That's what the expertise of a Realtor can do for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors and bound by a code of ethics, because that's who we are.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Nick Grimm, what do we have in content today?
Despite critics to the contrary, Rick Pitino is not backing down from his Sunday postgame comments. I was pointing out in a monotone voice why we lost, Pitino told Newsday Monday. I am not always calm and certainly not when I rip someone. I was not ripping anybody. I sometimes want my players to hear my words and read my words. That was my intention. I'm fine with what I said.
Wow.
Does this make it better or more understandable?
He's right in that, and we played the audio yesterday. He was very matter of fact about how he said everything. But because it was critical, the implication was he was ripping the players. I guess you can still rip players, aka be critical of them, and not do it by, screaming your head off and using explicatives. Whoa. He wasn't doing that. The problem I still have with it, and listen, who am I to question a guy who's got the credentials that Rick Pitino has? Certainly, we've seen coaches use the media to motivate their teams before. The problem I have is just the fact that he's berating a roster that he built. He built that roster, and he had a chance because of the transfer portal to get a lot of different dudes, and this was the hand he dealt himself.
Yeah, John, this is not the first time that a coach has ripped a roster of players that they recruited. Like, we've seen guys in years 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 go after players. But the oddity of this one is that he is in year one, and the quotes, if you read them without any context, you would think like, oh, man, he must have inherited a bunch of goobers. But that's not the case. He brought in the goobers. This is his fault.
He's goober prime.
Well,
yeah,
and,
exactly.
and some of the so-called goobers were players he brought with him from Iona, his previous stop.
Oh, maybe that explains why they suck at this level. No offense.
And it's not the thing. It's not that they really suck. I mean, they're having a better year than they've had in recent years. They're just not having a year at the level of a Rick Pitino level year.
Yeah.
Good news for those of us that love baseball and overcoming injuries.
Oh, tell me more.
My goat, your goat, and John's secret goat, Shohei Ohtani, homered in first live batting practice with the Dodgers. Folks, we love to see it.
Now, this is a headline that we love to see on the front page of ESPN.com, John. Shohei homers in batting practice.
Wow. He homered in batting practice.
That's so cool. Remember his
that
elbow,
never
John?
happened.
It was slipping and flopping all over the place.
Noodle arm.
Hitting a home run in batting practice. That never happened.
I've never done it.
Yeah, have you done it, John?
Yep.
Well, I'm talking about at the major league level.
Have you done it, John?
I'm not a major league baseball player.
Okay, I thought he had more
vicious,
vile things.
I'm good. Listen, he hit a home run in batting practice. Cool. He's going to DH all this season. We have not questioned his hitting. I still wonder if he will ever pitch effectively again.
Wow. While the warm, amazing, and handsome Shohei Ohtani left the Angels high and dry, but he's still handsome and good.
Nice.
Mike Trout says about the trade rumors, When I signed that contract, I'm loyal. I want to win a championship game. Is he loyal or gullible?
Well, based on the current management of the Angels, which, has botched many things in recent years, it would appear that he is probably gullible. I mean, I appreciate him wanting to be loyal. Certainly more loyal than Ohtani could ever be because, he just left them high and dry. But Mike Trout,
song.
But sometimes you can take loyalty just a little too far, especially when it appears as if your management isn't particularly interested in putting together a good or competent franchise. So I feel bad for Mike Trout, but at some point Mike Trout may have to do as Shohei did and get out. Now, the problem is he's not a free agent for a very long time, so he's going to have to demand a trade.
He's gullible. He's an idiot. They're not going to win in the Angels. The Angels are bad. Everyone knows this. No one picked them to win the World Series last year. Not even me. Oh, wait.
ESPN's Jeff Passan put together a story on potential expansion in Major League Baseball. And if you control F the story, nary a mention of Omaha is to be found. What an idiot, eh? Hasn't he heard about that one guy that's going to bring the NHL here? Of course we'll get a baseball team, too.
Yeah, obviously. John, not only can we build an arena in Gretna, let's just build a brand new baseball stadium, too. Nick was asking during the commercial break if the stadium we have is big enough, and I said, it's about 10,000 seats short. So why don't we just build a 35,000-seat stadium in Gretna?
Put some lawn chairs on the infield.
Oh, that's sure. Why not, John? They could have the bullpen out in center field, like it was that Ebbets Field back in the day, or was that the Polo Grounds?
Well, there were many ballparks had the bullpens in play. The original Yankee Stadium, the bullpens were in play because the fences were so deep. But yes, would it be hilarious? Absolutely. Just like the NHL dream, this dream's not happening either. But hey, you can't make it happen unless you have the dream first, right?
That's true. You got to love dreaming.
I love dreams.
Yeah.
Bart Scott did not hold back on what is holding back Micah Parsons and the Dallas Cowboys.
He needs to go to a leadership school and learn how to lead by example and quit talking so much, being so damn sensitive. You're a linebacker. That's supposed to be a tough guy spot. He's the most sensitive guy I've ever seen. He responds to everything. Get off of social media, quit tweeting, quit talking about responding, and go about your business, man. That's how you change the culture. That's why Emmitt Smith came out and had something to say. That was directly to you, bro. So instead of responding to what Lauren said, respond to what Emmitt Smith said and maybe sit down with guys to know what winning is about in this league.
Nick.
Is pillowy, soft, uber-sensitive Gen Z taking down the boys?
Well, I mean, what explains the last 30 years? Because Gen Z wasn't on the Cowboys in 1998.
I'm not even 30.
Yeah, bingo. Look, sadly, I'm going to do a little handshake meme with Mr. Bart Scott. Get off. Stop it with your podcast, Micah, and get off Twitter. Where you say things that are a little problematic from time to time.
That you don't always agree with.
Yeah, so sure. I always tell people, log off. You know what I'm going to do at 6 o'clock tonight?
Touch grass?
I'm going to touch grass, Nick. I'm logging off. I'm not debating. Not going to debate any more of the idiots about things on Twitter. No more tonight. But then tomorrow I'll be back.
So you're not going to tweet at yourself is what you're saying.
Oh, you jerk.
Any takes, John?
No, I think Bart Scott said it very, very well.
Chad Ocho Cinco Johnson. Remember him?
Oh, I remember.
He says a little birdie told him that Russell Let's Ride Wilson will sign with the Steelers. Do with this information what you will.
Okay. I thought the Steelers had their quarterback of the future, but maybe not. That would be very interesting. Now, he's still a Denver Bronco, right?
Yep.
He's still a Denver Bronco. They haven't decided yet what they're going to do. And I know Sean Payton has said, well, a decision's coming sooner rather than later. Well, that was 2 weeks ago. So I guess we're getting closer to push comes to shove. The Russell, it'll be a far down the road sidebar story about the NFL offseason. But what happens to Russell Wilson will be a fascinating follow, because how many teams will truly be interested in him given what happened the last couple of years in Denver and how his skills appear to be deteriorating. And we've wondered aloud about whether or not he's actually a good locker room presence.
100%, man. I couldn't agree with you more. This is not like the most important story in football, but it will be pretty interesting to see what is next for him because he was so good. He was so good. He started off 2020 solid again, and ever since then, something has happened, and he has dropped off a cliff. Him in Pittsburgh, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that's an upgrade or not. Not terrible, I guess. But, I mean, he was okay. He was fine in 2023.
It'd be funny if he did, because then he's just moving diagonally across the United
Oh,
States.
perfect. Yeah, he was on the West Coast. Then he was in the Rockies. I guess he needs to go Central Time Zone before he hits up Pittsburgh.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Peter King says he's feeling good about Cleveland, Philly, and Brazil on the evening of Friday, September 6th. Good matchup.
I think you could do worse, you know? I mean, you know what the NFL would love? Deshaun Watson on national television in week 1 of the NFL season. But in all seriousness, Browns are a good team. Obviously, the Eagles, well, they exist, but they're good. It's a solid enough matchup. I'd be on my couch on a Friday night watching a little football. Friday night's a great night for football. A guy sung that once.
Listen, it doesn't matter what the matchup is. People will still watch because it would be a standalone game on a rare Friday night. So, I mean, they don't really need to give us an A-list game, a B-list game. Heck, they don't even need to give us a C-list game. People will still watch because it'll be the unusual nature of they're trying a new country on a new night. And it'll trigger folks who think that they're out to get high school football.
People will say, give me that Brazilian football, but not that football.
Good call, Nick. I want a Brazilian tonight. Football.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? We somehow haven't talked about it at all today.
Not one time.
Creighton's a 2.5-point dog tonight.
What?
Are they going to do it?
No.
Hater. You and Sip.
Truth teller, John.
I mean, also me. I agree. They won't do it.
Wow. John, thoughts?
I'm just going to let it play out,
he's
baby.
shaking his head no. Did you see
Just going to let it play out.
Wow.
No, I'm shaking my head at all of you.
Didn't you pick against them before the Super Bowl?
Yeah, John.
Interesting,
Yeah, and
John.
it ended up working, didn't it? Because everyone else was picking for them. And I said, well, I didn't want the jinx of everyone picking for them.
Interesting.
So, but now everyone's picking against them. I'm just going to let it ride out, baby. Just going to let it watch and see what happens. The students are now here. They're getting already excited. Some of them may already be practicing their run onto the court.
Oh,
hopefully they'll need it tonight.
All right.
And when we come back, it is time for some What's for Dinner.
Nice.
I don't know what's for dinner backstage.
Spoiler alert.
Wow.
But you have something to talk about with last night?
Yeah, I may have. I think I made a technical faux pas with What's for Dinner last night.
All righty. I'm looking forward to this.
1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
You still thinking job change in the new year? Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy. IT? Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI. That's what I did. Really? How? Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up. Sweet. Are classes online or on campus? Both. Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is $50 in vouchers for only $25 to Lula Bee's Breakfast, Brunch, and Bar. Lula Bee's has everything from French toast and omelets to shrimp tacos and burgers. There's even a full bar with uniquely inspired cocktails. Lula Bee's has a festively decorated party room for celebrations or just brunch with all of your friends. Lula Bee's, 9th and Dodge, or at lulabeesomaha.com.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
Velocity Clinical Research in Omaha frequently conducts clinical trials for a broad range of investigational treatments. Typical studies involve medications for high cholesterol, diabetes, infectious diseases, and others. They also perform vaccine studies for people of all ages, conducting innovative research that has a positive impact on lives. Click for current trials at velocityclinicaltrials.com. More trials are launching in March. Compensation for study-related time and travel. Find out more at velocityclinicaltrials.com.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
It kind of jacks me up.
On 1620, The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
All right, like I said, I'm not sure what's for dinner back there in the media room tonight. They usually
Probably
don't...
pizza.
No, I think we may have had pizza once all year.
I hear there's some nice cookies that are back there. John, you should get one for me. I've heard they're good.
The
Pepper told me
cookies
about
are very good. Someone usually makes sure that they grab one for me and whoever I'm calling the game with tonight. It's Tyler Clement. So yes, the cookies are very good.
Give me a cookie.
I think I'm having leftovers tonight. That vodka pasta. Oh my gosh, it was tasty last night.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a little of that, I think. Nick,
I'm with John. No idea.
All right.
No clue.
Well,
wow, great segment we got here, boys.
Well,
yeah, we did it.
If I were at home
would
tonight,
you rather do bet of the day again?
No. If I were at home tonight, I would probably be having leftover pizza that we had last night. And as I talked about last night, we had the homemade pizza at the Bishop household. Now, normally when we do homemade pizza, we all just do mini pizzas, like little 8-inch pizzas.
Yes.
Which are very good because we all, put our own toppings on and whatnot, and it's very delicious. Well, last night, the wife decided the boys had the little mini pizzas, but she just made one large pizza for us.
For the adults.
Yeah. Now,
what's on an adult pizza?
Oh.
The same thing that's on the kids, except there's more stuff on it.
Hey, honey, I got a pizza for you over here.
Sausage.
But I think the way the crust was done, I think the way that my wife does the crust, it works better for the 8-inch pizza than it does for the larger pizza because it came out kind of soggy and chewy. It wasn't great.
You don't want a soggy 8-inch.
But still, the pizza was very good. It was very good. I enjoyed it. I had a good time. But when I came upstairs after eating and was putting my plate away, the wife asked how it was.
Uh-oh.
And I said, that's not bad.
Oh, John.
So
wow, that is a faux pas.
I got the stern eye and the really. I mean, it wasn't meant as if to say it was subpar. It was delicious, but I don't know why I said it the way I did.
Yeah, seriously, you might as well have said, I've had better.
John just did a
well, I mean, that would
80s
also
sitcom
be
thing.
true because I have had better pizza.
Yeah, and it was ice cream.
No, it was not ice cream.
I wonder what other times John has told his wife, I've had better before.
No, that is okay. Now that is not true. Do not make this worse than it is. I realized in the moment when I said it, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm in trouble. So
I'm Doghouse John.
It's probably a good thing that I'm here tonight.
Yeah.
It's probably a good thing that I'm here tonight instead of at home.
You'd be eating puppy chow if he was at home tonight.
No, I'm not eating puppy chow.
I love puppy chow.
No, like actual dog puppy
like
chow. not
kibbles?
Like
Kibbles
actual
and bits?
dog food.
Yes.
John, have they opened the doors yet?
Oh, yeah, the students are here. They are streaming in as we speak.
Streaming? Peacock?
Nice.
No, not
we
that.
love
But they are,
Peacock.
they are in and still flowing in as we speak. So I think it will be a well oiled, maybe lubricated, certainly enthusiastic student section tonight.
Jeez, so much is going on at the end of the show.
No, there's not. None of that was going on. That
rocks. John, I hope that you have an awesome time. I hope that if anyone storms the floor, that you have a little more excitement than what we saw at that basketball game last night.
John, I hope Creighton clutches a win.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of clutching, real quick before we go, we got a tweet from Jeff.
Oh,
he said, did I hear that right? Clutch to win sounds right to me. And it's a definition of it. Grasp or seize something tightly or eagerly. He stood clutching a microphone.
Oh.
So he's defending Nick and saying it's a real thing.
I like being technically
I've
right.
never heard people use the word
like
clutch
being
in that
technically
sense. I've never heard that. And listen, I'm around these young people. These college basketball players
you
are the
of
same
Gen Z.
age as Nick.
They're even younger,
And I've
actually.
never heard any of them said, yeah, I just clutched a win. I've never heard that.
I'm 26, so I'm starting to get to the age where I'm disconnected from the youngers.
Oh, Nick, dude, that's the worst.
Okay, fine. I'll go back 5 years. I don't remember any of the Blue Jay players saying anything about clutching a win.
Well, they're
Marcus Foster was never like, we clutched a win tonight, John.
Listen, it's still not correct. It's still not correct.
Sorry, Nick.
But again, if you knew what I meant, it doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter.
I like being technically correct. What a quote.
It's my favorite kind of correct.
All right. Well, we'll let things simmer down here for a little bit and find out if the Jays can get it done tonight. And of course, we'll recap it all on tomorrow's Grum. Stay tuned. Our coverage begins next.
Have a great night, John.
You do the same.
Goodbye, everybody.